Good
Okay,
times.
as I begin recording. So, after victory in the Battle of the Cinderden, you all took rest, deciding that it was time to cut the head from this proverbial snake. Necrathis, the entity that had influenced the Deep Dwarf King Tharadol Ashbite to launch his attacks on Doonhollow to unite the occupied Mind Flayer colony of Shuggoth with his Dark Priests and Fizzy and Krazax in their mercenary band. All of this orchestrated by this entity, and now is the time for you to confront it. Or so as you decided. You journeyed to the ziggurat the Arrakis had shattered during the battle at the Steel Spitter forging complex, descended to the bottom of a long pit below, fought back a pair of Grick scavengers and entered into the lowest levels of the Deep Dark. There, you stumbled upon a massive underground lake with a dock at a nearby shoreline. There, you gathered a number of boats and sailed out into the unknown darkness, with Sayun notably being on edge, as she pointed out that something very large and very old seems to be lurking beneath the lake's depths. You then found the lake to in fact be a flooded ancient ruined city, littered with ancient ziggurats of similar design to the one you descended into. All but one of your three boats managed to narrowly steer past the jutting ruins from below. One boat, manned by Aja and Princess Tora, managed to shatter their boat against one ziggurat, piercing the water's surface. As you gathered to help, you were ambushed by a number of foul creatures, including two translucent deep water meros and two chuls, hideous lobster-like creatures. After their eventual defeat and the near kidnapping of Saoyun, deep beneath the briny depths, you once more set off across the waters. You ventured past an isolated island near the far end of the tremendous cavern, initially opting to leave it be after seeing it peppered with long, swaying tree-like tendrils of slick flesh conducting dark energies from equally dark crystals. But after seeing a strange structure emerging from the ground near its shoreline, you instead opted to investigate. You discovered this strange structure was a mobile drilling machine, and you saw bodies of strange rat-like creatures nearby. Through Grunker, you learned these were the Mulunov and Skitch, a warring humanoid race of subterranean rodents. The Mulunov people, naked, blind, and hairless in appearance, created this mysterious drilling machine, who it seems were ambushed by a Skitch, these being rat-like people. This individual appeared to be an assassin-type entity, owing to the daggers and the ring of spell storing on its person, imbued with a pass without a trace spell. You continued on your way, and eventually managed to shore up your boats, enter into a nearby tunnel, and after a close encounter with an Illithid, and being escorted by 4 dark priests, you found, at long last, the occupied colony of Shuggoth, the center of this whole series of events. You now stand upon a precipice of an enormous pit, in front of a gargantuan brain the size of a small village, approximately 1,000 feet in diameter. It's anchored above the pit through a series of massive tendon-like growths, like the center of a spider's web. The seemingly hard chitinous exterior is peppered with a number of bioluminescent blue pores. The illithid that drift in the air seemingly float in and out of them. There appears to be an interior. A thick haze fills the cavern as you look upon this structure, partially awestruck, some of you, and others partially in fear. As I'll bring you back over to the map.
Time for big brain.
No me gusta.
It's a vintage meme.
Just as vintage this fucking thing is.
If only we had more gunpowder barrels.
There's not enough gunpowder
So-
for this shit.
What would you all like to do?
Huh.
Battle plan. Let's do some discussion, boys.
Yeah.
Get this going in character.
Wait, in character or out of character? Sorry. Because out of character, that pass without trace might be useful. In character, I don't know shit about it.
I say in character discussions.
Okay.
I can bring that up, but I need an hour to attune.
Oh right,
I mean,
yeah.
this is the perfect time, I think, out of character for us to, if we need to rest, attune, do anything, because it's gonna be another situation where I don't think once we're in we'll have a break. So
Yeah.
Yeah, might be good to have a little breather.
Alright.
Vellum is going to keep watch because I'm still full on resources.
all right, very good. We're doing a short rest, right? That'll
Yeah,
allow
alright.
me to attune.
Short
Alright,
rest is an hour, yeah.
So, whereabouts are you having this rest?
No, it's a cave cat.
Cave
No.
Yes.
Oh god, Displacer Beast. So,
Is there an
where
alcove around here that we can sort of slip to?
well, we are.
I mean, we came from the direction, like, one where our boat is, and where that delicious lobster is waiting for us to eat. But then there's also that secondary path that the Illithids walked by, or walked
Didn't we go
from.
down that and find it just went to the water?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's
Oh.
two different
As
paths
you
that I think we can.
as you look around, you see one path here, and what looks to be around the corner here, another path.
We don't know what's down there.
Hmm.
We could double back. At least then we have like the boat, and we know the area well enough to sort of scoot ourselves off to the side a bit so we don't get found easily. At least that's what I think.
Yep. I think double backing would be a little bit wiser, just because we can confirm what's over there, right?
Yeah.
And it seemed like that was sort of an abandoned zone. You know, if it was occupied by people, I doubt they would let there be, a bunch of wandering pests that could, grab somebody and fuck them up. So, plus we didn't have any other people in the malls and stuff. There wasn't any sign of, like, occupied Shuggoth activity. So I'm thinking we take, our little selves back over there. We have a rest where it should be relatively safe, and we can go ahead and game plan the brain in character and not have to worry about, stealth or anything.
Because the chances of them, because we just saw a couple patrol through to here just now.
Yeah. Yes.
It's unlikely they're going to be
and-
around here anytime soon.
As you're thinking of that, you do see there seems to be a bit of movement off to this would be your left side, so around this direction. You can see what appears to be some sort of large, almost carved rocky stairway that seems to loop back and forth, almost like that famous road from San Francisco. It seems to loop back and forth down towards one of these rigid-looking fleshy tendrils. And as you follow that line of sight, you can also see looks to be a number of Illithid situated either side of this enormous tendon, like some sort of like a series of two lines of guards standing at attention. Almost ceremonial, like they're expecting something or someone down here.
Well, fuck that. We're not going that way. But yeah, let's double back to where we sort of made landfall. Have us an in-character strat discussion.
All right. Being a big, you see
I
this.
have
You,
a question. Sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
Looking over the edge, how deep is this hole? Is it like unfathomably deep?
It's
Like, is there no bottom that can be
The-
seen even with lightning and whatnot?
the thick fog seems to obscure any bottom. It's very difficult to tell. However, as you're looking around the edges, you can see they're not smooth. Very much akin to the sort of ridge you found yourselves atop in the Cinder Den when before your first attack on the Steel Splitter Factorum. The numerous layers of rock are almost sort of offset.
Okay.
Like it may be possible to climb them. Perhaps even walk across some of the ridges. Might take some time though.
Gotcha. Right.
So, question for me: is this big old brain suspended over the pit, or is it like a sloping downward sort of thing?
It is.
And it's like sitting in a cup, an egg cup of rock.
It's suspended over the pit.
Okay. Right, now that's clear. Let's go talk strategy.
All right. Creeping away back from where you came, the sight of the immense brain-like structure leaves your presence, making your way back towards where you came from. So once you do see the boats are there where you left them. And you have a moment here to discuss strategies and possibly rest.
Alright.
Okay. So,
First things first. What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
Looks like
A
a
big
giant
brain is all I can figure. Anyone else know anything
that
about
really
this?
is it, isn't it?
I figured, but look at it.
No.
It is unreasonably huge.
It's like living in a gingerbread house. It makes no sense. I mean,
now?
they
What?
eat brains, don't they?
Oh. Maybe? I don't know.
Oh,
I've
I
never
figured
actually
they
seen
ate
them
brains.
eat
Oh.
anything. Like in character, I don't think we've ever actually seen them eat a brain. They tried to eat Liska's. But-
He's making a base assumption. It's like, because,
Yeah.
things eat brains, I guess.
We also did find a skull with a hole in it.
That too.
What? Was it Sal who first remembered things with illithids?
I think our resident illithid expert is Azure.
Okay. Well, Liska's gonna look to the two intelligent people and just be like, does any of the illithid lore talk about giant brains?
So I just looks to Azure.
Well, to be fair, we don't have plenty of lore on them, but if I review, he's gonna tap his head, Winnie the
Good
Pooh style. Think, bless.
Good. So you okay? So go ahead. Just go ahead and make either a history or an arcana check for me.
I'll go with Arcana because this feels like some outer word shit.
Yeah.
There you go, 17.
Hooray for
Not
guidance.
bad. Best you can tell, you've heard of stories of illithid colonies taking on the shapes of brains. It's rumored that these colonies were once almost like floating cities in some sort of time before they went underground, and have remained there since. There is very little information on this, but best you can tell, an illithid colony would typically take the shape of a very large brain.
Well, I suppose that's really the gist of it. We don't know much, but I suppose that proves rumors true.
So, all of these creatures have one thing on their mind, and it is quite literally brains. To know.
Well, I don't know about that to say. They could have other things on their minds, like foul necromancy and domination. But, for now, it's a daunting task.
If I might interject, I have seen a few of these creatures in action. Tora says among the group. I've seen them devour the brains of the innocent. Quite, some of them quite violently, I might add. It was a horrific sight.
That's reassuring.
Still makes
I
no
can't
sense.
really imagine a non-violent way to have your brain eaten.
Why live in what you eat?
I don't know. These creatures are as alien to you or I.
Like floating around in a giant apple. Makes no sense.
I mean, look at the, those small furry things that build dams.
Beavers?
Hey, beavers! Look at beavers. They live in what they eat.
I don't want to look at beavers.
Would I know what beavers are?
To
You would know what beavers are.
Okay, because I'm from like fucking Sandy Town. I don't know shit about trees.
I suppose to lighten the mood, I guess you can say they've got food on the mind. No?
Well-
Oh, come on, that was a good one. I spent this whole time thinking about.
No, it's good to try.
It is a good one if it weren't for the fact that I use their food, so to speak, to think with.
Well, I know
that's
one
what makes it
thing.
a joke.
It's a good attempt, but I don't
Yes,
think we
Kraken?
want to. If we could
What's
get
a
back
beaver?
to the problem at hand.
Beaver is like a small, like you've seen the rat, right?
Yeah.
Imagine a bigger rat that's fat with a flat tail,
Oh.
and it has like, it likes to eat trees.
Oh.
Don't they just like scrape
chews on
trees?
trees. Huh?
Don't they just like scrape trees or something?
No, they eat them. They eat like the wood and stuff.
Can I make a nature check
I
to
believe it's
remember
bears
if
that scrape
if they
against
eat wood or
trees.
not?
Are we seriously rolling about beavers?
I said it half as a joke.
Indeed.
I like
He
the
is-
how the party is coping. We're talking
Hold
about
on.
beavers.
Hold on.
This
is very important.
About beavers.
Alright, we have to establish some form of consistency if any of this is to work well, alright? I'm pretty sure beavers chew the wood and spit it back out.
I mean, I don't
This-
know. Maybe.
That
In
is
real life,
mostly
I actually
true.
know, but
There is a giant fucking brain in a pit, and you lot are talking about fucking beavers.
I mean, I
Okay,
enjoy
listen,
fucking
there's a
beavers,
really
but
good
that's-
chance
that's
one
not
of us
fair.
is gonna die. I'm just trying to break the tension, okay?
Also,
Yeah,
I would
don't
like to
think-
point one thing out. If we can establish some kind of reference to them, it makes them less scary and we're less likely to freak the fuck out.
Yeah,
like
there's a
humanize
giant-
them or something.
1,000-foot brain, somewhat less than 200 feet from us.
Yeah, they're
I'm just
brain
saying.
beavers.
The only thing I've also heard about them is they're parasitical in nature. I
What
don't-
beavers?
No, these
Brain
might-
beavers.
the-
Yes, let's go with that.
I'm sorry.
Beavers.
these mind flayers. They
Brain beavers.
I need a mute. I need
Sure.
a mute.
Sure. We'll go with brain beavers for now. These brain beavers
Beavers.
are
Oh, poor of us feel so much fucking regret right now. It's like, oh god, I've put my lot in with these.
she
I'm trying to
she
keep
she
composure.
just, she just pinches the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger like, what the fuck am I doing?
Oh my god.
Saving the world.
Adventure.
But I think these mind flayers are parasitical. That's all I know.
An interesting little theory. What makes you say that?
Something about these things laying eggs in your brain. It was told to me by Ilara when I was young.
Oh, I am glad I have a home now.
That's reassuring a lot.
Ah, yes. So, if it has a weird ovipositor or something, just don't let it get near your brain.
I'd say don't let him get near you, period.
Yeah.
If it eats brains, why does it use that as its incubation? Ah,
Maybe they just like really like brains.
you know?
Well, I think our first step is deciding how to get in there, because I don't know about you lot, but I don't think gonna want to go walking through the procession of fucking brain beavers up there.
Yeah, that's very good. There is a couple options. The first, as he holds up the ring of Pass Without Trace, spelled within this is the Pass Without Trace. It's very useful. It allows a group to be essentially much more competent with espionage, you know. It could be beneficial, or if it's not what we need, I could take the time to store a different spell in it, so we could have an extra destructive arcane element, or a backup revivify, or something like that.
Out of character question, don't you need to put your own spell slots into it? Oh, right, because short rest you can just get them
Tune
back.
and use it. And yeah, that's the thing, Warlock.
Yeah, well,
Give me my short rests.
so you want to take another short rest after this short rest?
I don't have to.
Oh, you don't?
Just a
So I
short
thought you
rest.
needed to spend an hour tuning to it, and that'd be one short rest, and then put your spells in it, which would be another.
If you cast a spell on it, I think you have to be attuned to use it. You have to be attuned to activate it, I think. I'm not sure.
Let me double check that.
Yeah, best to double check, because I mean, I'm maybe down for spending an extra hour putting some backup spells in there because I feel like we're gonna fucking need it.
A backup spell up to 5th level.
This ring stores spells cast into it and holding until the attuned wearer uses them. Doesn't specify specifically how it stores them, other than that it does, or that you need to be attuned to store it in it. You just need to wear it. While wearing the ring, you can store any spell in it.
It was cool. But also, it's also really interesting. You can give. Well, it is interesting. You can technically give Tora the ring, have her cast a high-level cleric spell into it, and then since it's attuned to you, you can cast that spell.
Yes.
And
So I had
another
it
nice thing about the ring is that you pay the cost up front. So, like, if you hold a Revivify or something in there, you can pay it while you have the diamond. And
I
then,
think it. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was saying just then cast it later.
I
Like wait
think
down the fact.
I think the better option to use it might be to put Aja's spells in it because he can get them back at a faster pace than Tora would. Because then we have just extra spells without really losing any for the immediate future.
Well, no, I
Yeah,
know that, but
the
it's
benefit
just,
would be for, like, a specific cleric spell.
Yeah.
That we would need.
So,
But yes, I understand what you're saying. It's a good thought.
As part of this short rest, Tora's just going to share with you what spells she has prepared right now. She has for her first level spells, she has Bless, Cure Wounds, Healing Word. That's Bless from Bless from the beads. She has two of those. Cure Wounds from the beads, 2 of those, and Greater Restoration from the beads. So all 5 slots from their prayer beads are those. As for the first level spells, she has Cure Wounds, Healing Word, Guiding Bolt, Shield of Faith. Second level, she has Lesser Restoration, Spiritual Weapon, Prayer of Healing, and she's already expended one second level spell slot, so she has 2 of those left. For third level, she has three slots for Beacon of Hope, Mass Healing Word, and Spirit Guardians.
Beacon of Hope.
For fourth level, she has Banishment, Death Ward, Locate Creature.
For sake of ease, if people are deciding what spells she's going to carry, pop it in chat. They can be perused while we discuss strategy.
Let me. I'll just.
She already has these attuned.
I already had them picked, yeah. So just
Yeah,
it'd be good to know it'd be good to have them on record so we can check back.
Okay.
Anyway, back to Garda. Best way I figure it, maybe we get some of our rope or whatever and climb down to that first, I don't know, strand, muscle, whatever the hell it is. Instead of going all the way down that winding path and end up in front of a bunch of them fucking. What does everyone think?
Well, oh, hey, smell this. Well, I definitely think that. I mean, it's not a good situation going into an enemy fortress. Like, we were lucky with the tower that we were able to get in and kind of take them by surprise. And they were, had the war to distract them, but these people, for all intents and purposes, know that we're coming.
Yeah.
These things aren't people. They're creatures of darkness.
I mean, sure, that aside, they still
Yes.
know we're coming.
If my memory recalls, if I may interrupt,
Yeah.
I recall us encountering a small compared to these, a brain that looked to be upon legs with the mouth. We refer to them as intellect devourers.
Mhm.
A bit of lore. They can sense intelligence. So don't worry, Vellum, you'll be fine. And he throws out a joking elbow. But if these creatures are anything the same, then we may not be able to sneak well at all.
True.
As far as I know, if one of these things knows where we are, then the whole colony knows. The best thing we can probably hope to establish is keeping out of sight entirely.
Yeah, I figure the same. And if they can sense our intellect, there's got to be a range to it.
Yes,
Can't
that's
just
my
do it as
concern.
far.
Ilara, do you know of any such abilities?
Tora, if you please.
I'm sorry. It's not that you all look the same. It's just that I'm very stressed right now. I haven't slept in a while.
Understandable.
Haven't slept in a while.
Says the man who doesn't.
Any abilities that shroud intellect? Is that what you're asking?
More specifically, I know the dogs can detect intellect. Do you know if they themselves can? Or maybe they use them as we do bloodhounds.
I think it's a similar idea to bloodhounds. I don't think they can necessarily sense intellect. It's their minions that do. So if we come across one of those, kill it.
If I may come with a point here.
Please, open dialogue.
This is something I noticed when we found one in the cage at the camp. You remember? The one Grunke threw in the fire.
Oh, yeah. Grunke takes out the cage. His cage.
while it was covered, it didn't seem to react. So perhaps its way of sensing is some kind of, don't want to say mental link, but like it needs some form of visibility
Line of sight.
in a way. However, it does not have eyes, but I hope you get the point.
Line of thought.
In a manner, yes, I guess.
I'm not sure on that. It could be a case, but if it's, you know, using some form of psychic detection, I don't know if it would need line of sight. I mean, that's sort of the reason why we have bloodhounds, yes? For when we can't see and we literally have to sniff something out. This is the equivalent of sniffing out our brain, isn't it?
But can you sniff something that is behind a wall?
Well, I mean, slow turn to Grunka. Slow turn back. Yes.
Well, either
Oh,
way,
I just thought you'd be a very good hunter.
Oh.
Let me rephrase it then. If there is a house with no doors, and there's something behind the walls that you want to get to, but you're not sure where it is, where do you blow a hole in the wall without damaging it? You need some way of sensing it or previous knowledge. Meaning, I'm just trying to get the point across that whatever this thing sees, and she does it in quotation mark, it needs some form of direction to you.
uninterrupted
sure?
If it does
path.
not know you're there, how will it sense you?
Well, that's what sensing is. I will take your word if you say that, but are you sure on that?
If I
No.
remember right, back in the cave,
I have
it
literally
didn't find us
no
right away.
clue about how any of these things works. I'm just spitballing ideas and theories.
I see.
Well, I mean, even if you don't know something's there, you can smell it, right?
That's what I was saying.
So they could probably just, sense us anyway, and if they don't know, kind of like how you smell someone's cooking in the next room.
I
Well,
have a character question, Janet.
oh, yep.
When we first encountered an intellect devourer, we were in the caves and such. It didn't find us right away, right?
It seemed as though it was almost smelling you out like a bloodhound. It could tell someone or something was there.
Was that before or after it sort of came within uninterrupted sightline? Because I remember we were hiding in a tunnel and it came across where we came.
It seems as though it didn't need any sort of direct line of sight to sense your presence.
Well, from first time we came across them, we were hiding and it sort of just made for where we were without even seeing us. So there's a chance that maybe in a certain range of it or something like that, it can get a whiff of us.
I've heard of one particular spell that would aid us, but it's very powerful. I don't think any of us have that capability. It's called a mind blank.
Have you
I'll
done
go out on a
anything
limb
like
and
that?
say-
Sounds dangerous.
Aye, that's why I don't think any of us would have it. So I think right now we're a shite out of luck with that spell in particular.
So it seems like our best option is to avoid being around them at all, and if one of those little brain leg things show up, we kill them before they can alert anyone.
That might be best.
So we're definitely...
Do we have a way to silently kill it? Perhaps with a crossbow?
could stab it.
Well, I'm hoping to stay out of its range, or the range of its ability to do terrible things to your brain. I've studied some of it. I recalled when we saw it walking along with the dwarves. These creatures, do you know that they can eat your mind, puppet your body? And when they do, they learn all you had known. Imagine for a moment mine, or Tora's, excuse me. It happens again. Tora's mind gets eaten with all of our spell capacity and then jumps into Liska with her might. That would not be a pretty opponent.
Well, we have thought these things before. It's safe to say that we can deal with them pretty quick before they can do anything, but you do have a point. But I think, Sal, you have the range covered, right? Gronko, you still have that hatchet?
Let me make something a bit more abundantly clear in our current situation. And Sao rummages through one of her pockets and takes out the remaining 3 bullets she has left. These are all I have left. Otherwise, I need to use the dwarven gun. Either way, these are loud.
I thought you
I
had a
shoot once.
crossbow.
Crossbow, I have like 7 bolts normally, and then 20 of the dark iron ones. Even then, my ammunition is limited.
Well, I'd say save your proper shots for whenever we get to whatever the hell this thing is, and stick
I
with
will.
the crossbow for now.
I mean, the Bundabless thing is strong, don't get me wrong, but its range sucks.
I think
Does
crossbow
that
might be
require
best.
expending ammunition, or just some arcane doohickeys? As he kind of gestures to your gun.
With this gun, my own, I've come to learn I can shoot lightning from it, so...
Okay, so you don't always have to have bullets.
Not always, but they do help a lot.
How loud is the lightning?
Somewhere in the 300 feet range. That's as far as I've noticed. So,
Right.
So pretty bad. Best to stay low
So
profile.
a third of the colony's distance at any time.
yeah.
That's not good.
No.
I have the crossbow, but again, limited ammunition.
You got
Well,
those
I mean,
dark
I want to say, like, it's important, being loud and whatnot, but I also should say that, judging by what Tora said earlier, if we have to use it, they already all know that we're there, because apparently they're linked or something. So, it's kind of a moot point.
They know we're coming, but until one of them catches eyes on us, then they won't
Well,
know where.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, but if we have to attack one, then it already broadcasts that, oh, hey, it was attacked, and everything knows. Like, unless we can just snuff it out instantaneously.
Be grand.
Hmm.
I do have the option, since you mentioned it. There is banishment. If it's not on the same plane, how's it going to make the same psychic contact to its allies? Just won't. So if we have to, but that is a limited and powerful spell. So.
Not a bad idea, though.
But good for a last resort if we really do not want to be caught at that
I
time.
have the same spell prepared, so if it comes to that, we can also use that one.
So, getting in, probably the simplest part of this. Once we're in, we're going to have to try and figure out landmarks or how this place is laid out before we can even try and get where we need to go. Could be tunnels, could be an open cavern of brain. Ugh.
Could be anything. It could be a giant network of small tunnels, for all we know.
Maybe it's like a water slide.
I hope not. That sounds disgusting.
Gonna go swim in some synapses, I see.
This is a stab in the dark, but they would know enough about brains to know where the most important part is.
Go for the back.
I mean, so Liska, having been a fighter in training, has probably seen a lot of injuries in her career, so she would probably know like the prefrontal cortex or like the base of the brain, where the medulla oblongata and the brainstem are.
Yeah. Fairly rudimentary knowledge about brain biology.
Plus, as a fighter, if you know anatomy, you can kill your opponent faster. So.
Yeah.
Plus, she's a hunter scavenger.
Any more than that, you probably need to roll some sort of medicine check.
Yeah, Liska's gonna be like here, and she's gonna touch her forehead, and here, and she's gonna touch the back of like the base of her skull.
Because so far, these things love the whole brain theme. So I figure the most important part of the brain is probably the most important location in the colony.
I can see a reason in that, but
That's an interesting take, Don.
I'm not quite sure they would have it built the exact same way. So with minor differences, perhaps, but not a bad take.
Might be at least
I'll
a
put
way to
5
start.
silvers down. At least the way the rooms or the halls are constructed, they're gonna look like the little stringy parts of the brain.
I'll up you on that. 5 silver.
Oh yeah? 5 silvers
Okay.
between us, deal.
Did anyone see that strange lump on the underside?
Oh, no.
No,
We were above it, so no.
I am a doctor, so if you turn your head and... No? Okay. Not the time for jokes.
Did you just make a prostate?
Turn your
joke?
head and cough.
She's a
Well,
woman. She doesn't know that. I'm just kidding.
There'll be plenty of time for the jokes after this. So once we head up
Kill the
top,
brain dealers.
I'll buy you a lot of drink. I don't know.
Either way, once we get in, the first job will be figuring out how to navigate the place. Hopefully, head towards where we need to go. That's for
Well,
once we get in, wherever the hell we're going, and meet this, I don't know, leader, master, big brain. I don't fucking know. We need to think about how we're gonna get out again once we get out of here, or kill this thing, or whatever we end up doing.
Didn't I get did I get name confused? Isn't the Krathis, the guy I left by the boat? You know, all dark and evil.
I think that would be the Krathis, unless
Yeah, that's what I thought. He called himself the envoy of the Pale Dark.
these names are confusing me.
As far as I know, Mortath. I've heard the Dark Priest say his name quite a lot.
Oh.
You hear a lot in proximity to the jail cells when you spend
Oh,
time down there a lot.
I'm sure you've heard a fair share of
Oh,
weird
aye.
things.
Mortath.
Okay.
That's the pale illithid.
Oh. So that's the one that I've been toting around on my disc.
Aye. She kind of side eyes the slightly rotting corpse of Mortath now.
You're probably gonna want to leave that here.
Tensor's floating corpse.
Oh, that's yes.
Why did you have
That's
to
the
say
plan.
that, Avon?
Just say.
It's
Just
not
how it
wrong.
happened.
Yes, I'm not gonna bring it in with us, but
The smell alone will alert them.
Well, to be fair, it's not even been a day. He's only a little bit stiff as he goes to like move an arm, and then the entire body shifts because it's all locked up.
You move the arm. One of the fingers breaks off.
That's fine. That's supposed to happen.
I remember
So-
it being called something when the body is stiff. What was it? It was
Rigor
Rigor
mortis.
mortis.
rigor
Yeah.
mortis.
So
Mortis,
getting back on
mortis.
topic. When we get in there, assuming we deal with this and manage to get out with our eyes intact, any ideas on things that can help us escape? Any spells or tricks? Because we're probably going to have a whole lot of trouble on our asses.
I don't know what will be able to trick these things. If they truly are psychically linked, then they'll know we're not one of them because we don't have the connection. So as far as like, disguises, I don't think that'll work. But for cunning actions, I mean, do we want to try and... I don't know. This thing wanted a champion when it called out to us. Maybe there's something we could do to trick it in a game. Act like we're gonna give it what it wants in order to get Fatima and give it the old switcheroo at the last moment.
The problem is, if it's got any kind of like these things that they talk through heads, so chances are they might be able to see what's in your head.
Well, I mean, you got one of these dice. If anyone wanna,
Charlotte.
It's one of the charlatan dice
Yep.
we've had forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fucking-
I mean,
It all comes to play.
this is why you collect everything.
So, if it is even physically there, maybe we get a chance to try and off. Again, pissing off a whole colony of these brain-eating bastards. We need to be able to get out safely as well. Do any of you magic or have anything to make us faster or harder to pin down or anything?
No, I'm
Nothing
afraid
at
that was
hand.
Vadima's specialty.
Of course it. Well, hopefully we'll have her in tow on the way out, so maybe she can assist. So does anyone have any other points about how we go forward? Because I feel like once we're in there, we're not going to have a lot of time.
Well, if we're doing Pass Without a Trace from Azure, didn't you say, and this is like an aside slightly out of character, well, this was said off screen. Didn't you say you have locate creature, Tora? So Tora can
Aye.
guide us to where Vadmia is. And
That would save us a lot of effort.
yeah, with Pass Without the
Bumping around.
Trace, we'd be able to basically sneak around and get there as quickly as possible. Hopefully without being smelled by brain weavers. But, yeah, and then after that, I don't know, does anybody have string or something?
String?
Yeah, leave a trail of string that you go back out.
That is a big ass brain.
I have
think
a
we'll-
lot of rope.
Yeah, that's more noticeable.
Check
If
my
we cut a
backpack.
section off, we could unwind it. Have many little strings.
Yeah,
Crooked
We could
takes out
gather
Webby.
pebbles, maybe lay down some pebbles.
Oh, hey.
Crooked takes out Webby.
String
spider
dispenser.
You
I
know,
dig it.
Oh,
Nice.
there you go.
yeah.
They probably won't bat an eye at a spider leaving little trails.
No, yeah. I think it could be. Yeah. But yeah, as long as we go kind of slow. Yeah. Because it's been like too much at once, so you gotta like take it a bit slow so you don't overstrain.
Well, we're probably going to be.
Kind of looks at it at his abdomen, whatever this whole thing is called.
Spider butt.
Yeah.
Butt string. Brain beavers and butt string. We got this, y'all.
We got the title.
Yep, title of the episode.
There we
Brain
go.
beavers and butt string.
What the fuck is wrong with us?
Everything.
Webby sort of shakes his abdomen a bit.
Yeah.
But wiggle.
Good job. Yeah, so we could do that. Although, now that I think about it, it can be hard for us to see it as well.
Not really. If Weppy knows his own web, then
It's true.
I don't know if this spider's that intelligent.
You mean,
Sao just points to Webby and then points to Grunka.
To be fair, I think that's more of a Grunka thing.
yeah.
No, I mean,
What?
Grunka has been training Webby, and so far Webby, as far as I've noticed, seems to have been pretty receptive of it. So,
Webby
Yeah.
up Gronka's shoulder onto his head, leaving this sort of trail of silk.
Yeah, see? Easy.
Question is, how visible is it going to be? We're probably going to be in a hurry.
My
Wow.
only worry is that, the thing about spider webs is they work because they can catch things because they're hard to see. If we're really running, trying to get out of here after killing their, elder god, whatever it is that they think is in control, or either way, or even if we just get Fatima and book it. Are we going to be able to see a tiny little spider web?
Well, can't hurt to have a backup plan, so I could always drop a coin or two on the way.
Coins are pretty visible.
But not too visible.
Hey,
We also have
So
we
if we
will
can't
need them if
see
we
the
die.
yeah, there's also rocks.
I could do something. It only lasts about an hour. However, make sure I get this right.
I have so many copper coins. I'm ready to do this plan.
Yeah.
Somewhere Balthazar is turning in his non-existent grave at the notion of somebody
I mean,
tossing
listen,
money.
no, that's a valuable use of copper.
Well, I mean, it is
Throwing it on the ground.
Yeah, it's a Balthazar. It's worth it.
Yeah, we just used platinum. It's easy. We have enough platinum.
it's like 1 pence pieces.
I mean, yeah.
I will say, if we use platinum, then Balthazar will be turning in his fucking
Balthazar
yeah.
would come back as a revenant right then and there and just storm his way in.
Oh, do not tempt me. You have no idea. So I can do this, and he go ahead and he will touch the side of the boat, and on it, as he, the mention of leaving coins, he will boom, and he will leave a holy symbol on the side of the boat using prestidigitation.
Oh, that's new.
Oh,
Pregication.
That's why does it come out?
I don't know why it come out that way.
that's
I guess it's
weird.
just something that they did in Roll20.
I get higher visibility.
Possibly.
I dig it. More contrast, definitely. It's a lot easier to notice and read.
I actually like that.
Yeah.
My buddy used to do
actually
that
reads
with
like,
macros.
oh, something has been put up here now.
It kind of looks like a sticky pad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so since he's talking to you, Willem,
Mhm.
as he touches the boat, he leaves a small mark of Al-Sham on the side of the boat and says, I can leave these marks for 1 hour. They can be any sort of brightness or color. They don't actually illuminate light, but for an hour I can leave these little traces. They can be any symbol we want. It can even be, he does another one and it's an arrow. A actual direction for us. We might want something a little more subtle. Because if they notice it, immediately we're in trouble. But if we do a very fast grab and run, in and out 30 minutes,
They should still be around.
we'll be fine. Yeah, but we have to move fast. It's only 1,000 feet, but we're gonna have to move fast.
Well, I mean, there's no reason we can't do all the plan. Just make sure we're not going to get fucked on the way out.
Sure, but that just leaves more to be discovered. If one gets suspicious and notices it,
Then I may
I would
propose
think-
an idea.
Oh, go ahead.
When we go in, which we very likely will, we go fast, but any place we don't go to, we don't mark. Or we mark them with a different symbol, indicating we've not been there, we have no idea what's going on there, so we don't go there.
I think that's a lot of extra marking. When you're going through the woods, you only mark the trees that you pass.
Well, hopefully there might be some kind of distinguishing features about some locations, and we can judge based on that. But if
Hey,
it's
Jan.
complex,
Hey,
sorry.
Yep.
Jenner.
Yep.
Does the Elothids have noses?
As far as you've been able to see, no, they have no semblance of nose. It's just a large, a large, long series of 4 tendrils that droop from their face in place of
Oh,
mouths.
make it a smell instead of a symbol. It's genius.
Yeah.
You've seen, you do see that they seem to have some sort of this sort of membranous folds on either side of their heads, which sort of bulge and swell.
Big
It's
brains.
difficult to indicate whether that's part of their psychic prowess, or if that's a form of if that's a form of smell. It's
It could just be respiratory organs, but not
Possibly.
actual smell.
possibly.
Brain meat.
Again, it's difficult. These are alien creatures you are completely unfamiliar with.
So we either go fast as we can and go with the more noticeable symbolage. We take it slow and go with the webby string and maybe possible coin if it's harder to see. It's all dependent on when we go in there, so maybe we should keep these options in mind. Start with the string and
Let's do it this way. We do both the coins and the symbols, because with the coins we know the path, but with the symbols we know how much time has passed. If we come to a place where there is a coin but no symbol, then an hour has passed.
well, we should keep them all in mind anyway and see what the terrain's like in there. If it's tunnels, then we'll be a bit more reliant on it to not get turned around, but if it's like a cavern, we'll be able to see our path a little clearer. Either way, we have options.
Yeah, I mean, I also can't really get lost, so
So
Start with the string anyway.
yeah. Just, in case I don't.
It's okay. You'll make it.
Yeah,
I know, but still.
Alright, let's... Okay, so... Slow and steady, but not slow and steady, quick and steady.
Moderate
Somewhere in
pace, I
between.
say.
Quick and as light-footed as we can be.
That's
Yeah,
what
quick and
passive
efficient.
taste is about.
Right, so let's get our rope together and climb our asses down.
Okay, we heading back where you initially came from, back towards
Unless
the
there's
train.
nothing else to discuss, then I think we've planned all we can.
All right, as you will complete a short rest. So, roll any hit dice you have.
I
If you want.
sadly am at full health. Sadly.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll.
Sadly.
die.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll some hit dice because I am not full health. And I'm
Now's
not
the time
taking
to do
the
it.
chances here.
Oh yeah, every single point.
My 3 hit points I needed to get to max. That could be what I live by, man.
Hmm.
Oh no, yeah. It's just...
I'm gonna roll once more just because.
By the way, Jenner, obvious point of reference, but I figure I need to say it now. The sunblade stays away until I decide to take it out, so we're not getting given away by any fucking bright lights.
Good idea.
Yeah. I'll be right
Alright.
back real quick.
I am basically at full health.
All right.
I'm only missing 3 HP, but I do have a question, Jenner,
Yep.
in regards to the Blunderbuss.
Mm-hmm.
Since its range is 20 normal with a 40 long, I'm just gonna be honest and ask you, does it have a spread?
Considering it's a blunderbuss, I will say it has. It would have a conal effect. This is a very powerful gun.
Do I ride a 5-foot cone, 10 foot, 15?
I'll say 10-foot cone.
Good, noted.
Disadvantage at the maximum long range would be about I'll say 30 feet. So disadvantage at that range.
Yeah. I'm likely not gonna use it at anything beyond that, so. Lord. Sweet.
So did I miss anything important?
Nope. I'm good to go.
Cool. I may have to very briefly bounce to get the food from the door. In like 40 minutes or something. I'm all good.
Okay. So as you re-enter the enormous cavern, the colony of Shuggoth lays there, shrouded in a thick, noxious mist. Where would you like to go?
Right. So I believe we're going to go to here and try to get our rope down to this tent. Because then we can go across it without hopefully drawing the attention of the 10,000 illithids hanging out down there. Because this is higher than that one, so they should have a hard time seeing us.
I'm down for that.
All right.
I'm sure Grunky has a climbing kit that is a staple of his repertoire.
Yeah.
I have more climbing kits on me, by the way.
Oh, cool.
So-
always buy a, always have.
So discussing the plan earlier, Arjay, you're using Pastor Electrace, yeah?
Do we want to
I
wait until
believe
we're
that is what we agreed on.
Do we want to use it now or when we get towards the entrance? Because this is a long stretch.
Because this is going to be a stealth check for all of you.
Well, better to use it now before we even get in. I'll leave it up to your discretion. You're the one with it.
It looks like an hour, right?
I'm not sure. Let me get this spell.
I think it's like an hour. It's a pretty long spell.
Pass without trace.
Concentration up to 1 hour.
Yep.
Nice.
A veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a +10 dexterity to stealth checks and can't be tracked except by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no tracks or other traces of its passage.
So tracked by magical means. So that's like unless they cast a spell on you.
I believe so.
Things like locate
So-
creature and all that business.
Yeah.
I would say you would have to have an active spell. I'm not sure if a psionic link is necessarily a magic thing, if it's a biological ability like that they have,
It would be
unless
more,
it's
it would be more a biological thing because the rules as written here there's because Illithid's magic is well, quote magic is innate, so that implies it's more like they're less
kinda-
magical creatures,
Unless it
more
specifically cites a spell, and even then it could just be a spell-like ability. It's
Yeah.
usually just natural.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause, like a dog's smell is also a natural thing, and
Mhm.
this would probably hide from that as well.
Or maybe just dogs with magic.
I mean, it doesn't. So it doesn't make you invisible.
No.
Like,
No.
Just makes you
you
harder
can
to
still be seen, but like, if you have Liska who weighs like, I don't know, fucking 800 pounds in her armor. Well, it's Mithril, so it's maybe a little bit less. But
yeah, it was 750
like-
now.
yeah, like she'd normally be leaving huge gouges of like in
Imprints.
dirt when she moves, but pass without a trace would probably negate that, as would the scent of that she would most likely leave behind. But like they can still see, like it probably muffles hearing, but yeah, I don't know. It's it's up to
So-
the DM, of course.
So thinking on this, going by this logic, it will probably also negate the intellect of ours detect sentience ability to some degree.
For the way I'd see it, it essentially is like camouflage for all senses. It masks the
Yeah, that's my thought. Okay, I'll allow it. Sure.
I do have one question, though.
It makes sense.
And this is in regards to the fact that Pass Without Trace literally specifies that you leave no trace of your footprints. Does this also mean that Liz can no longer, presses that hard into the ground?
I think it's like sweeping the ground behind you. It just
Yeah.
erases it from
It
existence.
sort of just camouflages it, if you will.
Very cool.
All right. So I would like everyone to roll a stealth check. This is going to be a stealth skill check here.
And it's plus 10 on top of it from Pass Without Trace,
Plus
right?
10.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone need? Okay, hold on. Before anyone else rolls, does anyone else need guidance?
Besides Liska.
Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and guidance myself.
Is guidance a spell
Does-
or?
Guidance requires
Cantrip.
concentration.
Yep. So
Is pass without trace concentration?
it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then I cannot do that. Never mind.
Yep. Good catch. Thank you.
So thankfully, 23, not terrible.
Grunka disappears.
21.
Gronko was never in this campaign.
Didn't know it exists.
24. Nice.
We're all teetering on the edge of, oh no, possibly.
Okay. Now
Traces.
let's
Plus 10 is so good.
let me roll for Tora here.
Don't blow it.
I mean, we're all above 20 at least.
Yeah. Would have been nice to roll higher to guarantee it, but this is very much a...
I mean, 20 is still a lot.
Oh yeah,
It's
it's still a lot. But I'm thinking like, worst case scenario, they could have some solid senses on God damn it.
-1. She has a -1 on Dex. Jesus
She's
fuck.
she's probably
She's a dwarf.
more strength than wisdom focus.
True.
Okay, so thankfully it wasn't a nat 1. Due to how skill challenges work here. At least more than half of you have succeeded with thanks to Pass Earth Trace.
Right.
So, as you quietly begin to descend down the rope onto the fleshy, almost
Sinewy.
sinewy surface of this enormous root, you can see along the surface what appears to be it's almost got the texture of muscle fibers. It appears to be kind of hard chitinous plating in parts, and in others there are portions where you have to avoid kind of slipping between the fibers themselves. You keep to the hard chitinous kind of armored fibers. As you slowly...
Is it actually like chitin, or is it more like cartilage? Cartilaginous.
It's a weird combination of the two.
Okay, carry on.
It's nothing like none of you have ever seen this before, and it's very unnerving as you slowly make your way across, keeping to the shadows of the strange kind of overfolds of the tendon, keeping beneath the shadows, and it smells awful.
Ugh.
And thankfully, since we're on a higher strand than a lot of them down there,
Indeed.
it's a bit easier.
You do see about 100 feet off to one side, a figure floating above the strand is illuminated by lightning, but then the darkness quickly takes it, and all of you as well, as you slowly begin making your way out from underneath one of the folds of the tendon.
Keep on moving, keep on moving.
Eventually,
Oh, I like this.
keeping towards the underside of another fold, you do see a white, the sort of bluish purple light begins to engulf your view, almost like the sort of visual of an alien abduction. You know, the way the light glares from an alien spacecraft as the door opens. This is a sort of ethereal bluish purple in color. It's this very much looks like a doorway. This sort of jagged arched shape carved into what almost looks like for instance, as you get closer to this structure, you can see finer details in the surface of this brain. What appears to be... how would I describe it, actually?
I think the word you're looking for is nasty.
It's almost like an outer shell. It's not made of any sort of metal, and it's the fine carapace almost. Yes, the finer details appear to almost be like ribbed, like a seashell. Sayun, you would know this. You recognise this as possibly some sort of calcium carbonate compound, the same material seashells are made from. But instead of like a bleached white, this is a mottle of dark grey and black. And it almost sort of fractally twists in itself. This sort of continuing sort of naturally forming irregular pattern all across the surface of this brain.
I don't like any of this, and every time you describe something more of it, I'm just like, I'm noping so hard, but I can't get out of this.
The sooner we get in and do what we need to, the sooner we can get out and hit the beach.
I don't want to hit the beach after this.
If you survive, you get a vacation.
Bitchy sounds
it.
nice.
You all look around for the moment to see if any of these floating shadows in the air are looking upon your current location. And then you see the opportunity as the one you can see disappears beneath the tendon. And you take the opportunity to dart inside.
I don't like the words that just say
Tendon.
hiding behind the tendon. I'm just like, I know that word, I know its meaning, I know what it's for, but like, context.
Chicken tendies.
The tall, sort of arched, organic shaped archway rather, enters into a hall which gradually narrows and narrows and narrows until it's a sort of smooth 10 foot by 10 foot tunnel comprised of what can only be described as a gargantuan fleshy tube, as if you're looking into the windpipe of some immense creature. You can see ribs of cartilage functioning as archways. And you are, as you turn the corner, the bioluminescence of the surrounding hallway, the blue, it eventually gives way to what looks like a large ring of muscle.
Ew. Is it a sphincter?
I wasn't going to say it, but
Well, I mean, sphincters can exist in more than just the button.
yes.
There's actually a ton of sphincters in your body.
Yes, like the valves of your heart. They are sphincters.
It's almost kind of thin and membranous in places.
Still gross, though.
Oh yeah, this is like key gross.
At least it's not a button. And with that, let's continue.
Right,
All right.
So
This you've come to the end of this hall, this fleshy hall, and you are met with a ring of muscle.
all right. That's such a great game. So like, can we move up and like poke the wall to get it to open, or like anyone have shocking graphs to make the muscle lax or something?
What if you tickle it?
Yeah, I guess we can. Anyone have a feather?
You know, I want to tickle the sphincter.
How much space is in the center of the sphincter?
It is completely.
Completely puckered. Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Oop,
I
sorry.
hate it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna look around the circumference of like where the walls meet the sphincter, and see if there's like any sort of mechanism or like a protruding squish.
Not that you can tell. You do see a number of
Nodules.
what looks like sort of almost wrinkled and spongy, tumorous, cancerous pustules that seem to glow in clusters on the walls, and you can see protruding from some of them are long, drifting tendrils, illuminating the hall with bioluminescent purple, like what looks like a number of sea anemones.
Cool. Gross. As I approach that general area, does the sphincter react at all?
Does not seem to react.
Okay, so it's not an automatic door. Everyone got any ideas?
I have one, but Sao just sort of takes out her gun and just sort of gestures a bit towards the sphincter.
Maybe not that soon.
No,
It's
I
gonna
mean
be disgusting, but
the lightning thing.
yeah, still, it's. He said that's loud, and we just got in here, so let's see what else we can do first. It's gonna be disgusted. Is there anything you were going to say even before Venom starts having it?
Yeah, let's just be like, well, I mean, if it's a muscle, like if you massage muscles, they usually relax.
Weirdly, and in the strangest of situations, we have the same idea. I mean, you gotta be gentle about these things. Breaking it's just gonna draw
Roger
attention.
holds up. Slowly holds up his white gloved hand, one finger pointing up as he tugs at the hem of his glove with his nap.
Oscar's getting ready.
I'll do what
Go
I
in.
must.
Turn your head and cough.
Look, with muscles, you gotta be like Liska said, gotta be a bit more gentle about it. So let's give it a go. What?
I
What's
don't
wrong?
like how any
I'm
of you
gonna
are
watch
If I get
Vellum
shocked
and Azure
and die.
massage this hole. This is just gonna stand there and watch.
Look, I know about muscles. Right.
I'll grab it on this side, you grab it on that. We'll have to double team this to open it up, okay?
Please don't say that.
I'm making a joke,
You're
alright?
making it weird.
Can't believe I'm saying this. I've dealt with a number of medical issues in my life.
You're all making
I
this
thought
very
about
weird.
that.
Alright, you're a doctor, I'm a doctor. Who else is here as a doctor?
I'm not a
Healer,
doctor. I know enough about
um,
muscles, and let's get this going.
I mean, I'm a healer. Does he count?
Alright.
I make people need to
I
see
love that everyone was
doctors.
volunteering, and Sal's just like,
Everything about this makes Sal just sort of. Ugh.
How do you think we feel? We've got to touch it.
Okay, while y'all guys are massaging the sphincter, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
It was your guys' idea.
Look, if you just go all at once, it's going to damage the muscle.
God damn it.
Gucci.
Okay, so
Massage
who's
is
doing?
something- Just makes it
So
sense.
who's doing this? Aja and who else?
Tora also volunteered. Vellum's probably gonna.
All right.
Because I mean, more hands means less work. Get this going.
So who's going to roll this one?
Depends on what kind of check it is.
This would be a medicine check.
A sphincter check.
I mean, yeah, it's
Okay,
it
so
is what it is.
I
Vellum is
will
garbage
aid,
at medicine, so he would just help.
yeah. I'm not so much good with curing the wounds through skill without magic, so I'm gonna aid action for Tora.
Okay.
Right, because
She
mine's a
would
+2, so that's not going to be very good.
She begins to lean forward, very much squicked out from this whole experience, and just sort of she gingerly caresses around the outside, just slowly back and forth.
You don't need the visceral detail. You're
And-
probably going to oogie ducky.
and she's going to make a medicine check for this completely alien architecture.
With advantage, right? Someone else is helping it.
I mean, 2 people are helping, technically.
Oh man.
+8 again. Good thing she rolled.
Glad we got somebody who's good with medicine.
You watch as the membrane of this strange membranous ring of muscle seems to quiver and then dilates.
Liska takes note of Tora's skill with this.
He knows her way around a sphincter.
She immediately retracts her hand and just sort of shakes off a strange mess of gunk on her hands and just almost sort of dry heaves a little bit.
Right, let's go through before it closes. Don't want to do that
Patient
again.
Not follow the instructions about clean.
Do you say methodically or erotically? Because that's a very important distinction.
Why not both?
Who?
You all make your way inside, one by one.
Let's hope there's not more of those doors. Because that was confusing.
Vellum's poor young innocent mind is confused.
Oh no, the less
I'm
said
just
the
so
better.
I'm just so
But it's more a
aroused.
case of me confused about how to react. Because there were a lot of jokes tossed around.
Roll 20's being a little bit slow.
It's a bit iffy with loading stuff.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it fine.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Still loading for me.
Yeah, it didn't load at all for me.
I'm a refresh. Hang on.
It loaded for me.
Maybe I'm stealing all the download. Stop all download.
Still downloading for me. So just saying loading. Critically hitting. There it goes.
Yeah, critically hitting your computer.
I'm a composer.
I'm a
I
composer.
don't like the inside of this at all.
None of us
yes.
It's fine.
Does look like a lower intestine.
do. I guess down the fleshy passage.
There's a floor at least.
Hey guys, look, it's another sphincter.
Wow.
Well, at least we're practiced in it.
Yep.
I almost said Vellum knows his way around his finger, but then just that would be too far.
Just stop yourself.
The jokes just write themselves, though.
Wreck yourself before you wreck yourself.
Let's continue before poor Ducky has a fucking aneurysm. Or
It's not that I will have an aneurysm or anything. I just think this is mildly
Actually,
disgusting.
from the wall sphincters, it's more likely to have a hernia. Oh, why am I in the front? No.
Yeah, that's a very bad idea. Let's go up front.
Oh, we don't know which. Are we going left or
Well,
right?
the only way that
We
we
have the glove atlas.
I'm still loading in. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yes.
Poop.
Yeah, I think Lisa got front because it's a bitch for her to move through other people.
through sphincters.
And then we have the flanky boys, the ranged lad, and healer in the back.
Hmm.
I have
Also,
so
Duck-
many things I want to say, but I'll just shut up.
No?
Message them to me. I'm curious. Also, how do you think I feel? I'm gonna have to eat soon. And this is only gonna get grosser.
How do you
eating
think
right
I
now.
feel? I've already ate.
I'm
I'm
eating
looking
right
at
now.
this right now.
Fair point.
Come on.
Being skilled with a set of tools is a whole different bag to being intimately knowledgeable about medicine.
Yeah, I think it's a bit weird
It is.
because you can heal people, but you don't know like how a body works.
I think it's more triage, like field medic, where it's just like,
So-
okay, someone's bleeding, apply pressure, bandage, like staunch, like make sure there's nothing
I'm
like
more of
still
a
left in there.
I'm more
Yeah,
of a
you solve the
medieval
problem
doctor
as
than an
opposed to-
actual doctor.
At least you're practical.
You're practiced.
I can't load anything right now.
Try refresh.
I just did. I
Fine.
still can't load anything.
I want to take a break.
Give
so you
it some
can-
time. I think now we can just take a moment,
And talk
get
about
a drink
sphincters.
if we can even stomach it.
Let's
Take a
talk about
moment to
Sphincters, Evan's relationship with them.
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Sphincter?
Even.
Yes.
I
I
love
mean,
you
I'm
like
not-
a bro. I love we played D&D together, but please don't.
Not a fan of sphincters. Okay.
I've already said my piece. In fact, I put it in, so enjoy that.
Jenny, these tendrils,
Mm-hmm.
do they move on their own?
Yep.
They're like sea anemones.
Don't like
I
that.
don't like this at all.
They're like cilia.
This is supposed to be gross and otherworldly.
Yeah, but you know. Just don't touch them. You'll probably get a disease. STD.
Brain beaver disease.
Yeah.
Brain beavers and flesh sphincters. What is wrong with this session?
Ah,
We instantly devolve into brain beaver kerfufflery, and now we're
Alright.
besieging sphincters on our way
See,
to a brain god.
So, as you all make your ways in, immediately the mixed scent of mildew, rot, and rancid flesh enters your noses, possibly owing to the light haze of foul-smelling fog that hangs in the air, as if having stepped into an eerie graveyard. You swear you see small fungal spores drift by.
I can't get back to the sky.
I cover my face with like a cloth. Basically, give myself a bandana.
I mean, same. I've got the extra cloth.
Feel
can
good.
see-
Sao will also pull up her scarf over her nose just because.
Okay.
Aja already has his face covered.
It's true.
He only
Listen.
breathes. He only smells his own breath, which is likely minty fresh.
Glistening, membranous flesh functions as the walls, which are wrinkled and spongy in places. And along the center of the hallway, where the flesh has grown around it, is a walkway of similar hard material to what you saw covering the exterior of this structure. It appears to be, again, sort of seashell-like calcium carbonate compound. And at the end of this organic hole, you see another large ring of muscle, similar to the one you came through.
Point to the massagers. To
Right,
the,
you
to the
wanna give this one a
masseuses.
go? Let's go. You are up front.
It appears as though this is also thin and membranous in places, and you can see Saoyun, with your passive perception of 19, you see sort of purple glow. It's a sort of combined purple and sickly green glow from the other side, as well as you swear some sort of movement.
Oh, is Ducky? He did talk about getting drinks. Is he AFK right now?
I'm here, I'm just thinking about wording because
Hmm.
there's a lot of things I could say, but none of them are actually, sort of well meant or well worded, should I say.
Hmm.
Anyway.
Way the
upon-
the way the membranous flesh is almost stretched, you can almost see like small holes kind of appearing amidst the stretched. It's almost like stretching sort of that play goo a bit too much, and you start seeing holes, and you can see like translucence from the other side.
Oh, like gum.
Something similar.
This
For
entire
that
session can be summed up with the word nasty.
For
This guy-
being like their big place of residence and something important, they don't really take care of this place, do they?
Yeah, it is kind of in disrepair.
yeah, no, I think this is why they don't have sense of smells.
Yeah, true.
I wonder if this has anything to do with the occupied.
Was there a sign that said occupied that I missed?
It's called the occupied colony of Shuggoth.
The Krathis has taken over this colony. Wouldn't surprise me if this has been in disrepair for quite some time.
Now, Grathis reminds me of necrosis, which is the smell of rot and destroy.
So just gestures around.
Something tells me this is supposed to be much more lively.
It's a brain in a giant cavern.
Yes, but we know.
Well, so Sal said
Yes,
that there's
good
movement on the other side.
Yes, because I was gonna say it in character, but like I couldn't find a good way of saying it.
No problem. Does it big, small?
Uh,
medium?
from this distance, it's difficult to tell.
It's
Okay.
movement, so something's there.
Okay. So Liska's going to move up, and still being stealthy,
Hmm.
she's going to get a little closer and see if she can maybe kind of peek through from a distance the holes and see what might be on the other side.
All right, you see. Well, first of all, your eye kind of travels down and then up. You can see the other side of this door appears to be sloping down into a larger ellipsoid-shaped chamber that opens up before you. Kind of rib-like formations of hard cartilage give the chamber its shape, and a star-shaped platform of similar calcified material is suspended halfway in this chamber, dividing the chamber into two hemispheres. Rising up from the bottom hemisphere between the spokes of this star-shaped platform are a number of what look to be pods wrought from an alien mismatch of chitinous bioorganic technology, 12 in total, arrayed in a circle around the chamber. Within each of them, you can see a mixture of humanoid creatures. Or at least you think you can. Probably humans, dwarves, halflings, all of which appear to be unconscious. In the platform's center, you can see what appears to be a large, organic bulb of chitin and membranous flesh, like a large onion-shaped tulip that has flowered and spread its petals apart. And a sickly green glow emanates from its center. Off to the side of the chamber, you very clearly see, drifting over the ground, what appears to be a mind flayer. Next to it is a male human dressed in leathers and wielding a dagger and a shield, and he's simply standing by next to the mind flayer. And I will reveal to you what you see.
Thanks.
If Roll20 would let me.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
It's that room from Alien, Prometheus or whatever.
Yeah, this terror thing is just giving me alien vibes, and I don't like it.
Okay. Liska is going to use the earring because that's a thing, and basically convey back the information. Like, does the human seem kind of out of it? Does he seem drone-ish? Does he seem to have his full faculties?
Make an insight check.
Okay. I'm good at those with my Oh, hey, I actually do have proficiency in those. Hey.
Stream view as you get to catch up because it's being slow.
Nope, just a 6.
Hang on. Fuck. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with Roll20 today.
Extra load, but
It's really weird because I'm not having any load problems.
I am having plenty of load issues on stream view.
to be fair, you are also streaming.
True.
It's also on the
Ollie.
laptop.
Yeah, on the laptop, yeah. Best you can tell, he just seems to be standing there, arms to his side. Again, dressed in the series of leathers, holding a dagger and a shield. Could judge him to be some sort of bandit. again, it's difficult to tell with the 6.
All right. So yeah, so Liska is gonna go through the earrings and then make sure to tell someone to tell the people without earrings what she said before they come up to the door. And yeah,
I'm just gonna move my stream camera over.
no problem.
Okay.
So yeah, she's be like, "Hey, he's a brain beaver in the room, along with a man and a bunch of pods that look like they have people in them. I don't know if they're alive or they're dead, but that are in there. This is going to be difficult to possibly sneak through, but we potentially can."
So you're saying this, you can, let's see, you would see this, Liska. You can see the Mind Flayer holds what looks like a small squirming creature between its claws. And it drifts over to a nearby pod and waves a hand. And you can see the thin membranous viewport of the pod snaps open with and a human male seems to stir awake. The Mind Flayer holds the small chittering worm like creature up to his face. The man writhes and cries out in fright. The Mind Flayer wrenches its hand in the air. The air distorts around his head and telekinetically forcing him to look at it. The Mind Flayer places the worm next to his eye, and you can see it grab his eyeball with a series of 4 tiny tendrils and slides beneath the eyelid as he shrieks in fear. The Mind Flayer waves a hand, the pod closes, and the man falls back unconscious.
Everything about this session.
Yeah, Liska's gonna be like, "Okay, so this is what happened. I do not like this room. You probably heard the scream, but I think they're doing things to people. They're like little tiny brain beaver worms. Do they like eat brains? Like are those like little brain beavers?"
I don't know.
Okay, well,
Result of the earring as well. I assume.
yeah. Well, hold on. I think we can. Let's say after seeing that, let's go walk back because the other people that know about brain beavers don't have earrings. So yeah, so she'd be saying that to the group, like whispered but audible, so that the people that without earrings can still hear. So, yeah. Azure, Torah, Sao.
I don't have line of sight. I can't tell. Should I go up there and try
Well, I mean, I
and
just
figure out?
described what happened.
Okay. I didn't know if I needed line of sight to try and figure shit out.
You're telling me that these creatures put something in somebody else's eye?
Yeah, that seemed to be the case.
It's just keep it there.
So they are parasites.
Well,
So what's the strategy?
well, as much as I'd love to help those people. We also are on a mission, and I don't know them all that well, or at all. So
I say they're lost. We don't know if they aren't already infected and we have nowhere to cure them. And if it comes down to it, saving them could alert the colony, at which point means we don't save Fatima.
Yep.
Would you rather save these people or would you rather save Fatima? Hands up for these people.
Hush you. We're gonna look around.
Want to say that we can save them, but
I mean,
hearing they just got a worm in their eye.
there's
Yeah, that's
like,
probably eating their brain.
there's
It
some,
seems
like-
cruel, but we can't stop Dwell.
Yeah, but
It'll just
there's-
make it harder on us.
Yeah, but there's no other way to go.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
We just
sneak through the
passed
room.
them.
Yeah, we sneak through the room, but don't do anything. For
We
If
them.
leave them to their fate.
They're still here on the way out, or even when we come back later with more forces.
Yeah, I guess.
Don't worry
I
about
guess.
Right
we
now,
just,
we got our hands full with this.
I guess we're just gonna sit here and wait until that dude leaves.
Seems like it, or if there's attention and pulled away by someone.
This is
I don't-
just me. Hear me out. This might sound really bad at first, but hear me out. I say that we go ahead and just end their suffering. Because if a worm was placed into my eye from a species that eats brain, and we know the parasites, it's probably eating my brain. That's a slow, painful way to die, and I don't think we have a cure. And worse yet, if we save one of these things and it isn't guaranteed cured, now we've unleashed a time bomb onto wherever it goes for it to go make another new colony and just spread the problem. It'll be like a roach, but a roach that eats somebody. That's terrible.
I don't think we have time for mercy kills. We should just slip
Well,
through.
on the way out, maybe.
Maybe.
On the way
we
out,
just-
yeah. But
We'll worry about that when we get to it, but for now we should focus on getting through.
It's,
So-
Oh yeah, that's
my heart says we should save these people, but realistically, I don't think it's possible.
I agree. The only saving that they have left is a peaceful transition.
And we're agreed.
If anything, if we do manage to save even one of them, I think it's a long shot. Now, hear me out. It's a long shot. There is certain powerful magic that can get rid of curses, very debilitating effects. Might be worth a try.
I'm aware of greater restorations. I studied the spell, but have yet to master casting it. Unfortunately, I don't think I have that capacity. And
I do.
I'm not willing to take... Oh, you do?
Aye,
So, how
she-
shall we remove the maggot from its brain? Because the
Well-
restoration will not do that.
That's the tricky thing. Greater restoration might possibly kill it, but the creature's body would probably remain in the head.
That's still. I mean, it's better than having your brain eaten, but
That's true. But I'm not saying
Thought would still be missing an eye.
I'm not saying we stay here and save each and every one of them. We have a mission here.
Yes.
again, let's do this after.
Yeah.
Aye.
For now,
focus on
they're
waiting
lost.
to-
So,
Yeah, I guess we wait for an opportunity to scuttle on through
Okay.
and hope for the best.
I'm gonna assume that he's gonna have to completely leave the room because I don't think we can go past him.
Right now, we just gotta observe and just wait for the best moment. Even if he doesn't leave the room, if he's on the other side of it, that's the best.
So
No,
you,
I
you're
don't think
you're
so.
on. You're just watching, waiting.
Yeah. Quick question though, Jada. How much time has passed so far?
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
How much time has passed so far since we
Uh,
castled out Trace?
not long. It hasn't taken you long to go through the about perhaps 10 minutes.
Okay.
So who's on watch duty on the door then?
Probably Sao, because she's got the best eyes.
Okay.
Maybe with Vellum to help.
I have special eyes.
My brain.
What do your orc
Okay.
eyes see?
As you make your way over to the strange membranous door, kind of noticing one of the holes that Liska peeked out of, you peek out the same one, keeping hidden as best you can, just keeping an eye out. And then you see a shift of movement in one of the pods. The membranous film spatters with black ichor, and after a moment the shaking stops. The Mind Flayer waves a hand over in its direction, and the numerous chitinous plates comprising the pod begin to shift, crack, and split open like a cocoon. A deluge of foul liquid spills out of the pod and into the pool of sludge beneath the platform. As a tall figure steps out, lanky, unclothed, and slick, with the foulest of afterbirth. A newborn Mind Flayer steps out of the pod.
Sao just immediately touches the earring upon seeing this and will just mention to people, they just got a new one,
A new one what?
Illithid, from the pot.
The Mind Flayer drifts over to the newly spawned, and both of them stand in silence for a moment. You notice the new spawn is not drifting over the floor as the Mind Flayer is, and it seems groggy. It seems as though it's attempting to grasp its current consciousness, its current self-awareness. The Mind Flayer caresses the side of the new spawn's face and gestures towards the man standing next to it. The new spawn lumbers over to the man, who seems to obediently lower his head. The new spawn takes either side of it. Its tendrils unfurl, and in a flash, it latches onto its cranium. And there's a sickening followed by a sucking sound. After a moment, the man falls to the floor dead, head covered in blood and broken skull fragments.
So repeating in the earring, well, there goes the other guy.
Alright.
Mind Flayer gestures towards the new spawn and begins to lead the new spawn behind it. And both of them make their way out. You hear this sickening of some sort of port open and close.
I guess Sal will talk a bit more freely as she returns back to Sipati. I'm not even gonna move my pockets. It's struggling to load a lot of things.
Yeah, Roll20's being a bastard.
Alright. One of the pods just opened and an elephant thing stepped out. And then took a big nom nom out of the limp bandit that was there and now they're all walking out. You were right. They are parasitic. Judging by information what I just saw, they literally turn people into them.
Tora's eyes immediately go wide. By turn spirit.
I have several questions about the process. I don't want to ask. I don't want to know.
You wonder if they do that to it, or if it becomes like a really short mind flayer.
I would rather not think about that right now.
We should make the most of the opportunity.
This is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Is that thing gone?
Should be. Seem to move out of the room with the newborn.
Right, let's get moving then. Try and focus on the task.
Are you able to get the slice open the door? I don't know if I want to do that again.
Question, Jenner.
Mhm.
Now that we've seen how to do so, would it be easy enough to just do without having to do a check, or is it still best left to the professional?
Probably best left to a professional.
Medical professional.
Yeah, I'll say, having done this once before, she is able to do it once again. She
knows
Once
what the
again,
hell
opens it.
something.
That's all we need to know.
she just stands back and sort of very unenthused. like the saddest hand job.
See, it went from saucy jokes to medical gross jokes, and then back to you had to go to sad hand job.
Yeah.
Sad, sloppy hand job.
Anyway, that's open.
Sloppy is the word.
Get on
Anyway.
moving.
I hate this.
You watch as the port quivers and then dilates.
I hate this because I can't make the jokes I want to. Is that a hallway to the other side?
Oh.
Is that just...
Over here, you can see what looks like some sort of opening in the wall. It looks like it might lead to a different room.
Right then, let's get up front again, I guess.
Grook's gonna take up Webby, and he's gonna like...
Okay, so just so you know, this because mind flayers don't typically walk. This isn't constructed with the idea of actually walking. This spider-like platform is this is like the edge of the sort of oval-like room. The pods are coming up from beneath, kind of poking through this spider-like platform here. So if you were to step in any of these, you probably fall down to the nastiness below, the sort of pool of nasty sludge and residue from the pods.
Gross. Which way did the goopy boys go?
They went this way.
Okay, so we may not want to go that way. So
This
I
way?
guess this way.
All right. Okay, then if
You get to
Like-
finally sort of balance yourself on this platform here. You would have to. Okay.
so this is the ring per se, and everything up here is relatively level.
The dark grey green, this sort of star-like formation, that is the platform that sort of bisects this room in two, like upper half, lower half. This is like a slope down to the lower half. The pods here are coming up from the lower half between the arms of the platform. So
Okay.
if I can just sort of I'll just draw it freehand here. Just give you an idea. So this is the cross section of the room. Here is the platform. The pods are like this, sort of around the circumference of the room.
Ah, right. So we could basically use the pods like handholds in a way.
Yeah, here is the foul nastiness, the residue from the pods, the strange sloppy ichor that spills out from them whenever a new spawn is born.
The goop.
The baby goop.
All right. Okay. Then. Yes, let's go. We'll, I guess, go around this way to get to here.
All right. Using the pods as handholds, easier to do. Definitely sort of almost like a beetle's carapace in the way they're formed.
Whoops. I almost said whoops, I'm inside you. God damn.
This is interesting.
It's then that you hear a faint "Help me."
Just ignore it, keep moving. That was out of character, by the way.
I really wish it wasn't.
Same. But Venom's not that kind of person. He will pretend not to have heard it and keep moving for his own sake. As soon as Liska moves.
Well, I'm waiting to see what
Oh, right, yeah.
describes this room is.
You see, this is indeed a sort of small chamber off to the side. This sort of raised platform sits in the center. An array of small embryonic egg-like sacs sit aglow with the light held up by these twisted holsters. And within each of them, you can see, seemingly at varying stages of growth, are a number of small brains with spider-like legs.
Gross.
You also see a man slumped back on his knees, face up to the ceiling. His wrists are bound and encased in strange chitinous manacles held up either side of him. You can see blood is splattered across the ground.
Is that what that is? So is this where the help me came from?
Indeed.
Oh, we're gonna run into Brain Friend. Don't do this to me.
The man seems to twitch occasionally, and limbs seem to jolt. You see the facial expression quiver, eyes rolled back in his head, and his mouth hangs open, slack-jawed. Help me.
No.
Does this room lead anywhere else, or is it just the one isolated area?
This appears to be a single isolated area.
Right, well, I guess we gotta keep going around the circumference until we get to an exit.
Yeah, were these eggs, did you say? Well, egg-like things.
Sort of embryonic womb-like sacs.
Basically brain jars.
Yeah, they have the. I'm guessing those are intellect devourers.
Yeah. Well, it did hatch Webby once.
You're not gonna hatch an intellect devourer.
No.
I'm not gonna let you get one.
But Mom...
I, as a
No.
player, want Brain Friend as much as the next person, but we need to play to our characters.
Yeah. Could be tasty, though.
No.
You can eat like,
Okay, so I guess does that mean the only? Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to follow the.
nope, ignoring you, goodbye.
Go away.
I know exactly what this is, and I'm not falling for it. But in character, I wouldn't really care. The priority is getting through this without alerting any attention.
You can't speak with your mouth open, dummy.
Why are you so stupid?
Stupid brain.
Assume that Liska is in front of me, but I'm just moving because it's getting a bit clusterfucky.
So, all right, I guess
The
we
only
have-
other exit is the one that the two things went down, so
Yeah.
shit out of luck, but at least they've got a head start on us.
Runker, as you get closer to this strange growth in the center of this platform, you can see you almost initially mistake it for some sort of aquarium.
Oh, shit.
but you can see what looks like a small tadpoles. You could describe them as, but instead of black and sort of greenish, the initial stages of frogs, these are sort of pale, almost translucent. You can see a number of tendrils across what you can only describe as lamprey-like mouths in this swimming in this sickly green fluid.
Oh no, it's danger shrimp.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch those. Oh, sorry. I wouldn't touch those. I think those are the children.
Oh,
If
Hang
they're
hang on.
linked.
Does that mean that mind flayers are frogs?
Yes, Grunka. Very, very good deduction.
Oh,
Mind froggers.
oh
I
no.
think you're breathing into the mic. Garth.
Either way, better stay away from it. Just
Okay, Agri just got excited.
rain frogs.
They are frogs.
There, frogs. Furiously scribbling in his book.
His urge to purge is rising.
Yeah, I've seen the video. This is very flammable.
Well, I'm
think
saying
this-
we don't touch these.
Yeah.
If the children, they might already be psychically linked. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know.
And if we take or kill one, they'll know.
I just sip.
I think this guy is barred by another sphincter.
I mean, maybe. Is this one also tattered and no bueno?
You do see slight holes in it.
Well, let's take a look, see what we got. Ah, damn it! Stop being in the same space.
It's okay, we're not in combat. We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, no, but it's just it's just messy.
Okay. Bring the camera stream over here for a moment. Okay. You see what looks like some sort of 100-foot tall antechamber. Before you is another. It's not a wide chamber. It's about best you can tell, 20, 30 feet across, circular in shape. And it looks like suspended over this pit is some sort of calcified platform. Another one of these, overlooking what looks like a tendril-infested pit. The ceiling is difficult to see through the fog, but it's domed in shape. And beneath you is indeed this pit of slowly writhing worm-like tendrils, and bright violet light pulses up from below, making it difficult to see what's beyond the tendrils. However, in the center of the antechamber, above the pit, is what appears to be a large 5-foot diameter chitinous mass of an orb. A number of runes have been carved upon its shell-like surface, and it pulsates and quivers. Every time it does, between the thick plates of chitin, you can see a mass of magical purple energy glowing from within. And it seems to pulse that energy down below beneath the massive tendrils. The walls are lined thick with swollen pustules that seem to occasionally pulse with the radiant purple veins every time the orb itself pulses. Almost like a heart pumping blood.
Can we see the roof now?
Yes.
Right.
You see, standing at the edge of the platform, is a dwarf. Dressed in royal armor. This appears to be a mountain guard.
Well, too bad, so sad. Really gotta turn our empathy off for this dungeon. Oh,
Well, it's a mission, so
there we go. Oh god, everything freaked out. Okay, cool.
Everything is just lagging.
Yeah, it sort of stopped responding for a brief second.
what did you say this was, Jenner?
Some sort, some sort of armored ball of carapace and chitin, and you can see as it seems to pulse. You see radiant purple energy from within, almost like gaps in the plating.
And does these have anything? Is this just a weird wall?
It's a wall of fleshy pustules, and as you see, every time the orb pulses, the runes engraved in the carapace seem to hum with energy, and the numerous purple veins in the pustules seem to glow, and it all seems to feed downwards beneath the tendrils. Like.
Alright. Liska's going to impart that knowledge upon everybody else. I don't think the dwarf counts as mind flayer, so we might be able to kill him and throw him into the tentacles, but I don't know.
Well, it might have a connection with him, like, what's the name had the, with it. Either
True.
way, if he makes a noise or anything. But
I mean, yeah, but how are we going to get past him?
Kick him in.
Shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we could totally. Maybe he slipped. There's a lot of slime and shit around here.
That could
maybe
work.
maybe if they don't see, maybe if he doesn't see how we fell in, he has nothing to report. Gronko, do you think you can get behind him?
I mean, we'll have to.
Dwarf seems to look around for a moment, just examining the surroundings leisurely.
Gabo?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vellum asked if Gronko would be able to get behind him.
Oh,
Sneakily.
probably.
Well, I mean, again, another factor that we have to take into account is these things opening, and she motions to the sphincter, are kind of noticeable.
Are any of these holes goblin sized?
No.
Could we make one goblin sized?
Deepling sized?
If,
Yes, sorry, deepling sized.
possibly with a sleight of hand check.
Right, this is a dex thing, I think.
More like a slide of hand.
I think Sal's the best one with a hand. Yeah, so.
I'm not touching that.
Do you want me to do it?
Does anyone have mage hand?
Fucking wish I did.
Wait, don't you have invisible servant?
Nope.
Oh, okay,
Used to have that a long time ago and then stopped being.
gotcha.
It's not being that class.
I mean, could
I deemed a question.
sleight of sword check.
Slide of sword. I think it's more for the trouble.
I could try and put a bolt in the dwarf's head and watch him fall, but
Don't think you could get him in one shot, great as you are. Right, I'll try and make the hole bigger. Gronko, if you can get through and slip in and shove him off without him seeing any of us, then great.
Is
Anyone
the hole
else
slimy?
for that plan, or
Definitely.
Is the hole slimy?
Yes.
I'm gonna be
Sort
like
of. It sort of seems to kind of drip with this grotesque, almost translucent mucus. It's very off-putting.
Oh god.
It's gonna be like sliding out of a rhino.
Ace Ventura.
Yeah.
I was
Fucking
thinking
Danny
Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
Coming out
Then
of
it'll
the
be on the
sofa.
fucking couch.
I hate you guys.
I
Go
was
on.
thinking Ace Ventura petted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So-
the rhino, yeah.
Yeah, the rhino.
Yeah. Hmm.
Just sit here and eat my fucking cookie in anger.
Angry.
Are you sure you
bullshit.
want to be eating when we're about to push it? Grunkus.
At this point, it's too late for anything.
Yeah, Grunker's gonna like touch the
Let me
goo
try
and see
one
like.
so you can actually get.
Yeah, Grunker's gonna like touch the goo and see like does it burn?
It does not burn.
Oh, is it like
It's just
Gross.
it just smells nasty.
gross?
Apologies
Is it
for
like
you involved.
is it sticky or is it like slimy?
It's slimy.
Okay.
So I guess we're doing this. So I'm gonna try and make the hole wide enough for Grunker to get through subtly.
Yeah.
So you wanted a sleight of hand check, Janer?
Yes, sleight of hand check, please.
Let's go +3. Ooh, 14. Not terrible, thank God. I also forgot to turn advantage off. That's disadvantage. Why is disadvantage on? I know this bad rolls are a state of being for me, but I don't need to have disadvantage on all of them.
So 14. I'm going to see. Let's see if it gets past the passive perception.
It's a charmed show.
You slide a knife towards this opening here, attempting to splay it open a little bit more, like the slightest cut in a surgeon's incision knife, almost. Bit by bit.
That's probably better than what I was going to do. I was going to just bare hand pull. Alright.
It's bludgeoning damage right there.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not bludgeoning a sphincter, Janer.
You, bit by bit, the mounted guard tilts the armored head towards your direction and then turns it back the other way.
Can I tell if you noticed or not?
He doesn't seem to have noticed.
Okay, good. I'm going to cut my losses there, no pun intended, and see if Grug can get through. Scoop my ass back. Eh.
Where's the hole exactly? Is it like over here or?
I believe it was in the door.
Oh, okay. Alright, so I'm gonna try and get through it, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
I'm fucking terrible.
Still with pass without trace bonus.
Yep. Because that's still going.
Good. 19.
19.
Mm-hmm.
You gradually slide through, light footsteps across the ground.
Yeah. So I'm like here now.
Yep.
Okay. Oh. What happened? Did I get teleported?
There you go.
Thanks.
Just roll 20's freaking out because I'm moving stuff. Shouldn't
Oh.
do that.
Alright, so sneaky like.
This is the worst. This whole dungeon is gross. And everything that it is wrought.
I think the only thing that tops this in level of grossness for me is when a buddy of mine showed me a full internal map for a Tarrasque.
Ooh. That sounds like a fun dungeon.
From head to anus.
I don't want to think of that.
Hey man,
You think
a
about-
group full of
There's
small
a-
creatures.
There's a moment where the mounted guard his head seems to twitch. Twitch. And then he seems to writhe a bit. Then holds a hand out. Up in the air. A splayed pinky and a thumb sticking out. Turns towards the pit. And then steps off. And falls.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Did he just like shaka bra and just kill himself?
I thought Grunka pushed him, but I think he just stepped
No.
off, and that's worrying.
Oh man, taking all the fun out of this.
He's just like yeah, bro, and then just like
No,
left.
it's a weird gesture. It's a splayed. It was a splayed hand, with a pinky, with both the pinky and the thumb splayed even further out.
So it wasn't like a fist?
No.
Okay. Almost shaka bruh.
Almost. That would have been so much better.
Gnarly!
It's
Yeah,
like-
but it's still worrying that he stepped off of his own accord, apparently. Did he notice us and be like, yeet? Or was
he
he
said
just...
like he was twitching, right?
Twitching, convulsing almost, involuntarily.
Hmm.
Maybe he was like breaking free of the shit and he didn't want to.
I mean, that's very good timing if he happened to break free and off himself just as we arrived.
I mean, maybe he saw us. He was just like, I don't want to give him away.
I mean, maybe. Either way, let's hope it's for the best and continue.
Grunka, you would be closest. You would notice this. You swear as he splayed the hand. You noticed that as he splayed the pinky finger even further. You swear you heard a sort of the crack of bones breaking,
Ugh.
almost like the pinky sort of dislodged itself to splay itself even further.
No, I mean, if I did that, I'd also kill myself. Sounds like it hurt.
Let's crack this sphincter open and get going. Ugh.
Jenny, what's this orb?
This appears to be some sort of pulsating organic sort of a ball of sort of armored chitin, and you can see a number of what looks each time it pulses, you can see it seems to channel some energy down between the tendrils. In fact, it seems to be channeling all of the glowing veins on the pustules on the far walls. They seem to follow that trail downwards, and each time the orb seems to pulsate, you can see between the cracks in the armored plates what looks like some sort of purple energy on the inside.
So I would have a field day here.
Well, you will, because you go here. Okay.
We need Tor to handle another sphincter, Jaina.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'd be happy if one of us were able to do it as well, but she's best qualified, and we don't want to draw attention.
She reaches out once again, the sphincter, and she steps through.
She may as well do the next one. Oh wait, no, not the next one. Let's look first, and then see. Oh god, dynamic gliding. It's making me all borked.
I do want to ask Jenner, How much of this custom map thing have you made yourself, and how much is pre-made asset?
Oh, it's two entrances.
I made all of it.
Oh, neat.
This is fucking nasty, bro.
It's neat. So, does
It's
Sal
neat,
want to?
yeah, but also
Been
nasty.
working on this.
Yeah. So does Sal want to check that other door while Vellum checks this one?
I'm still not in the room. I'm loading things.
That's a you problem. I'm teasing.
Those of you who are trained in Arcana, as you enter, go ahead and roll Arcana.
Ooh.
As you look upon this orb.
The Arcana.
Ah, yes. Hello.
Okay.
Just waiting for me to be allowed to fucking move my token again.
Oh, is it being super chunky?
Yes.
Let's see here. Let me grab my notes. So, you can see the runic inscriptions on this orb. On the surface are a language completely alien to you, but they look similar to the braille-like lines you saw on the contract signed by Morteth. However, the arrangement of these runes is very similar to that of a strong protection +2 enchantment. And it appears this enchanted effect is being funneled somewhere far beneath you. Vellum, what you see as you try to peer through the membranous flesh of this door is another chamber similar to the one you first came in. You do see a number of what clearly you can see, you know now to be some form of spawning pods arrayed in the chamber. Again, 12 in the circumference. You can see this looks to be where the Illithid and new spawn pair have gone. You can now see 2 Illithids here and 2 new spawns.
Well, instantly seeing that, I'm gonna scoot my way over here. Okay, yeah, we're going through this one. That's another chamber like the previous one, but there's a lot of it. We should move before they come.
Alright. Go.
Alright.
I'm gonna. Has this been looked through yet? Because I don't want to just barge in there without seeing the situation.
Because there's someone there, I think.
You do see through a number of these tiny little peepholes. Another chamber seems to open up after this door, something akin to a small auditorium. However, the walls are wrinkled and swollen with more of these fleshy, glistening growths seemingly gathered at 3 particular places. The ground is hard and slick, forming this sort of grotesque imitation of a splayed ribcage pulled taut against a layer of flesh. A series of twisted bench-like formations surround the room, and at the chamber's far end is another pod. Before it is a series of strange, warped sigils and pustules that collectively seems to form a control panel. Inside the pod lays an unconscious female human, and standing before the pod, closely examining the encased individual, is a mind flayer.
Ah, boy. I know what this is. I can tell you're revealing the room because my browser just froze.
Yep. Roll20 shitting itself today.
Well, yeah, it sure is. They'd warn you. Oh, there it is. Ah, where did everything go? There it is. Okay. Do I see any other doors?
You can just about see one over here.
Okay, so this isn't an isolated chamber. Good. Does the illithid seem like it's going to be there a while? Because you said it was like staring at the tank, right? Maybe it's like examining it or checking up on it and kind of try and glean some sort of intent.
Make an insight check.
I will incite the brain beaver. 12.
12.
Not terrible.
Again, these creatures are very difficult to tell the intent of a mind flayer is a phenomenal feat. These are creatures completely alien to any sense of reason.
Hmm.
And best you can tell, it's probably going to be here for a while.
Shit.
He is closely examining this strange control panel as its hands dance over it. A number of tendrils seem to spring up from these pustule-like buttons, and it seems to caress it. Seems to caress the flailing tendrils, almost like this elegant mental dance.
He's going to back up a little bit and sort of, again, in a hushed tone. Right. There's a door on the left, but there's one of them illithids in there. He seems focused on the tank he's doing summit with. But he seems like he's not moving anytime soon. I don't like the idea of being sandwiched in this room and that one full of more of them. So what do you think? We try and slip through while he's distracted and focused, or do we just... Yeah.
Say, slip through, do the least we can, and just try to get through quickly.
And if he notices, we just try and dispatch him as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Right, Your Highness, you're gonna have to take the lead since you have the doors.
Okay. Now, this is quite possibly a very close encounter. But Pass Without a Trace is still up.
And I'm glad it exists.
I would like all of you to make a stealth check.
Oh, I'm hoping Tora doesn't blow it.
Yeah, good luck with that negative.
I'm just hitting all the 12s today.
Nice.
Grunka literally disappears.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go with 28.
For all you.
Grunka is literally on the other side to meet all of you as you approach.
I think
he's
it's
standing on it. Let's
I'm just gonna go ahead and get this ready for you, Jenner.
He's standing on it.
I have a feeling I'm gonna need this.
If you have inspiration, you can.
Yeah, a lot of us do have unused inspiration.
It's true.
I have a 12, so I think I'm good.
Yeah, and then yeah, for all you know, Grunka crawled through that hole and never returned.
It just vanished.
He just comes back with Vodme and the egg, just like, what the fuck?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
I
just
haven't
found
seen Grunka since the boats.
Yeah.
But yeah, is anyone re-rolling? Because, inspiration.
Doesn't seem like it. Liska's happy with her 28.
Yeah, I'm good with my 22.
I'll take a 20 anyway.
Okay, so let me see here.
I'm hoping Grunka's crit balances the scales. Because this is dicey.
Dice.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even do.
Okay. Gradually.
See, this is where I'm glad I'm chaotic good instead of lawful or neutral, because I might actually stop and try and save these people.
Well, lawful doesn't mean you have
Lawful
to save
stupid.
them.
I mean, it depends on what sort of personal laws you follow. It's like, you don't want to leave anyone behind, or you want to be able to save everyone you can. It might cause a problem.
Yeah, but we also.
It's lawful.
I mean,
stupid.
I can understand that, but I also feel like lawfully you can say like, I'll rescue them on the way back because you don't want to inhibit your forward progress.
Fair. I guess it depends on the mindset, because you could sort of write them off as dead if we're not able to get them now, because like we saw, change can happen real fast. So it may not even be worth it. Ugh.
One by one, as the shadows seem to cling to your forms, the sickly fog in the air masks your footsteps as the magical effects of Pass Without a Trace take hold. And your footsteps, silent as the breeze, as you squish past the grotesque pustules, you feel it brushing it up against your newly minted mithril armor, Liska. But you hold still, adjust your stance, and you keep going. Vellum, your turn.
I already rolled.
Yeah, I know. You.
Oh, okay, well, just close as possible behind until
I just don't want to
anymore.
move your tokens for you, because I'm a...
Yeah, I'm hoping Tora's got the door open by the time we get over there.
As she, you see, she's peeking through one of the holes. She looks back over her shoulder and mouths to all of you in silence. There's other creatures on the other side.
It's okay. We got this.
Look, it's better to be here than sandwiched between a whole lot of them. Either way, just I guess we give the
Mouths.
The nod of going in anyway.
She then mouths, facing away.
Yep, reciprocal nod of let's go.
Thumbs up.
All right, she. You guys stealthily try to open the last door. You trying to do it stealthily this time? Because
no, we're gonna blow our cover instantly.
This would require I'll say a sleight of hand check.
Oh god, and she's the only one who can open it. Fuck. Well, it's got to be her, Jenner. That's the problem. I mean, none else. Unless Aja wants to try and sneak up front and try it.
That means I'd have to literally squeeze past this guy.
Yeah. I guess it's got to be down to her, Jenner. She's got like a negative to dex, I'm sure, but literally no one else can open the door.
Okay. Because it's a medicine check to open the door normally, and a sleight of hand check to do it stealthily.
Oh, if it's so you'd need both, or is it like one or the other situation?
What it's one or the other.
Oh well, shit. We can get somebody with some actual dex modifier in.
Was that you or Sal?
It's gonna have to be me because Sal refuses to touch them, and also she's at the back.
It's sleight of hand to, I'll say, cut a hole large enough in the membrane.
I don't think Liska's gonna fit through a hole.
Yeah, we might as well do...
Yeah, she needs a whole doorway.
Yeah. Unless we just like split it up the center, which would be more work and more noticeable.
Yeah, I think just Tora should do just a medicine check then and hope that just a sphincter opening doesn't draw attention.
Yeah, because
they're used to sphincters opening and closing.
Yeah, even if we do it sneakily, the motion of it opening is still going to make some modicum of sound, and hopefully he won't be bothered enough to notice. Because who else would be walking around here? Must just be one of his brethren wandering through. Totally.
Yeah, with her footsteps.
Or one of the slaves that they keep with them.
Yeah. Either way, our senses are muffled to everyone else, so once that door opens, we all need to get the fuck in right away, because this is too close quarters.
Yep.
Fuck, dude. I don't want to squeeze past that thing.
You're gonna have to, man. How do you think I feel? I'm the closest to it.
Sorry, I'm just
melee.
doing some...
I have AC 10.
I forget that you don't have.
It looks at me and coughs, and I'm just like, and die.
I mean, to be fair, you probably have a higher chance of actually surviving it because it does intelligent-based shit.
I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, I don't know, man. If it ever grapples me, I'm fucking gone.
Well, it's I bet you're probably as strong as it. So it's just you have to make sure nobody grapples you. And it's gonna do the conal blast first. So
Sorry, I'm just secrets and lies. Okay. So Tora is going to hold out her hand towards the door. She immediately retracts though, and there's a look of confusion on her face. As you all see, some sort of blackened handprint on the door begin to apparate.
Wait, what?
Not as if it's pressing from the other side, but like it's just spreading across the flesh, like this blackened, like the flesh itself turns black.
I have a question. When it first appeared, was it in the shaka bra shape?
It's splayed hand with a separate pinky finger and thumb.
So the Shaka bra.
The ghost of the shaka dwarf mountain guard is here to help
There's clearly
us.
something else afoot here that we're not aware of.
Probably, but fuck it.
I just wish I was an.
The mountain guard lives on.
I wish there was I was some kind of smarty boy, like I could try and recall if I'd seen it. But there's no circumstance in where I would have seen anything like that. So I guess now the door's kind of free to go. He said the flesh went away.
Have we seen that somewhere?
Oh, it's a turkey.
I mean, if you don't mind having your pinky dislocated
I'm sure it's fine.
and potentially ripped down.
It seems like someone who has two thumbs.
That looks like it fucking hurts.
As the handprint seems to congeal on the flesh, you watch as the door, the ring of membranous muscle slowly begins to dilate, ever so slightly. Very quietly.
Where did it just go? Oh, this is so tense.
And you see beyond what appears to be a large circular chamber, approximately 50 feet in diameter.
Oh god, here comes the map.
The floor is rigid, similar to that of another kind of fleshy splayed ribcage. The most notable feature in this room is the large off-kilter spiral staircase ramp, comprised of segmented bone-like ridges, much like the rigid chitinous plates of some sort of coiled ammonite or trilobite shell. And it coils upward into a platform 20 feet up to your right as you enter.
Oh god, we've got to go up into its line of sight to get up to there.
Beneath the ramp is an array of fleshy sinew warped into strange shelf-like alcoves and hollows, where a number of small crystalline jars are stored. Numerous small and hideously perverted creatures trapped in a green amber-like substance. Every single one of them seems to possess an array of tendrils of some description. There are a number of creatures in this space that you can immediately see. The first you see appears to be a new spawn at work, at a table of some sort, with blood spattered and an array of twisted utensils and tools splayed in front of it. You see a small malformed creature in the process of being dissected.
And here I thought it was just an illithid vanity table.
Might be vanity for them.
And you all take that moment to silently and quickly dart through.
Need everyone else to move before I can.
Keeping low underneath this
Oh.
platform here.
Is this doorway at the top of this spiral staircase or at the bottom?
Yes, it's at the top.
Ah, fuck, I knew it. Oh,
Okay,
God.
Liska's saying that we need to go up. Liska's going to lever your shield down and just be like, motion to get on the shield. I'll pump you up.
Oh, that's such a good idea. God, I love you.
So
I
you,
did not want to get in the fucking eye line of that.
as you make your way through this port, you can see, you look behind you with your passive perception. Right as the door closes, just as you just see the illithid about to look up in your direction, just before it claps shut out of sight.
Clenching sphincters.
Shadows cling to your form once more as you gather in this darkened area of this room.
Okay, so I guess one by one, everyone's gonna get sort of not yoked, but ascended by Liska.
Yep.
All right, you're getting closer and closer encounters here
Mm-hmm.
with the illithid.
Taking the stairs up, though.
And this could potentially be a little bit noisy as you're one by one hefting everyone up, Liska.
Yep.
So, with passive without trace still up, one more stealth check, please. Good thing.
Oh no!
Good thing you found that ring.
Yeah.
Very fucking good. We need
Very
it.
good.
Come on, baby. Give me a good one. There we are.
Most of you made up for my terrible roll. God.
Yeah.
Oh.
18.
I mean, 17's
Almost
hardly
a 30.
terrible. Still.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how hard it would have been to go around here, up in between these two, and then fucking round to here? God.
One by one, as you're all being hefted up by Liska, with the sort of Liska being who's normally a very calamitous, clattering juggernaut of a woman. Thanks to Pass Without a Trace
And mithril armor.
and Mithril Armor, yes, you are silently lifted up, one by one. As you look over
For
this,
a party like rogues, we're doing awfully well.
Again,
Yeah.
half our trace is saving our fucking asses here.
yeah. As you get an overview of this room, Archer, as you're hefted up onto this platform,
Oh my.
with your passive investigation, this place may serve as some sort of anatomical research room. Place to learn how to imbue creatures other than humanoids with illithid tadpoles. Judging by the number of odd preserved specimens, all possessing some measure of tentacles or other illithid characteristics. And it is horrifying to behold.
How fucking disgusting. What absolute, sacrilege, I suppose, this place is, right? This is like destroying natural orders of things.
Yep, best you can tell.
Yeah, that's worth a purge.
Yep, we can purge that later. Much purging to be done. We can do a joint crusade another time.
This is where I wish I had alchemical fire on me.
It's fine, Balth. You'll get your boys, I'll get my boys, and we'll just, go to town. Big old purge.
Oh yeah. Every once in a while, call a crusade.
Yeah. It's healthy to have a good crusade once.
So,
The
Vellum,
the demon is like, huh, having been the target of multiple crusades.
Oh, that wasn't in character, but what was that gender? Sorry.
you're on. Let's see, Sarian and Vellum, you're both at the door, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Big old
Okay.
Pete.
Peering once again through the peepholes that have been sort of torn over time in this membranous door. You see. Let me move the stream camera. This chamber is much larger than all others you've seen before. The layout is vaguely heart-shaped. The floor is thick with rubbery tendrils, and a thick membrane of flesh is stretched over them, creating an uneven but walkable terrain. Another series of chitinous ramps coil around and up the sides of the walls. It starts at a small offshoot of a room to your left as you enter the room, stopping in the center and meeting with a large platform 15 feet up. It continues curling and ascending to the opposite end of the room, stopping 30 feet up to another offshoot of the room.
Yep, there goes my browser again.
You can see more surgical, bloodied tools upon spattered tables in this room, and there's most likely a similar setup in the opposite room. Up to 30 feet.
Thanks, I hate it.
To your right, as you enter, the larger chamber are a number of pods.
Oh boy.
As you kind of peer around the corner, you can see that these are different in construction. The viewport is larger, enabling a clearer view to those on the inside, but it would be a blessing not to see such abominations. Masses of writhing flesh and mouths quiver and twitch, hooked up to siphoning tendrils and feelers within. Upon the top of the platform, from your position down here, you see another mind flayer. This one is slightly paler and dressed in much darker, acid-stained robes. The creature appears to be operating on some sort of larger, floating mass of tendrils and flesh. A number of these tendrils appear to have bulbous growths on the ends. But as they each move, it becomes apparent that these are writhing eye stalks. Looking around the room, this thing is alive and it's being operated on.
Well, let's not interrupt them, and also I think I know where that is, and also I hate it. So, can I see a door from here, or is it just as my vision allows?
As your vision allows, you cannot see a door.
Shit. Are any of the holes big enough to stick a grunk in?
No.
Shit.
I love that that is our fucking go-to.
Well, I mean, I can't see from this angle. I'd have to go into the room, but if we stuff Grunker's head through, he can see a bit better. Because our only option is going in blind with no idea what pathing we're gonna.
Oh, no, I was muted. Sorry, I can see a door over there.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're at a different angle. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, Grunker can see a door. We know where we're going. So this area, this is raised up like 50 feet. So I think if we, well, this is what Vellum is going to do. I don't know if anyone else is going to be able to follow. He'll do the earrings just to be sure. But yeah, he's going to flick the earring. I think if we go along this, it'll be harder for the ones up there to see us. Because we'll be on the lip of it. And then we head over. Thoughts?
Can't see, so.
Right. Vellum will sort of describe the room then, in what he intends.
Well, I'll go with what you plan.
What do you think, Sarah? You can see the room too.
Can't see very much. My guess would be possibly.
I guess with that, gonna gesture for Tora to open the heckin' door with them magic hands.
Okay. So, sleight of hand or medicine check?
I don't. Anyone else got any insight on this? Because I don't like either. Because she sucks at sleight of hand, but medicine is not that subtle. I'm thinking medicine.
Yeah, medicine. It is louder. Or more noticeable, at least. Do we know if anything's on the other side?
Yes, there is a raised platform about 15 feet up, and on it is a pale-robed illithid working on something with numerous eye stalks and a wrangling mesh of fucking flesh and eyes.
Oh, I hate it. I
Yeah.
just looked up.
Yeah, you
I
just
fucking
peeked in,
hate
yeah.
it.
Now you see what my worry is. Yep.
What are you talking?
Oh, that's some heresy right there.
Best you can tell, Alja, this chamber serves as a place to craft new and terrifying monstrosities. A continuation of the purposes wrought by the chamber you're in now.
How focused does he look on his task? Because I imagine, biomechanics is a bit more of an in-depth thing.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
24.
24. He looks very focused and looks as though he's nearly finished in his task.
Ooh.
Just a few more twists of a few synapses here and there, perhaps stitching up a bit of flesh.
So,
maybe
any second he'll be moving.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to have time to move through. I'm going to sort of go through the earrings, and even since Audra and Tora are right there in a very, very hushed tone. Looks like he might move any second. I think we should wait and see where he goes. We don't want to get caught out going across. And unless there's any objections to the doodad. Oh no, why is that being pinged?
Because Liska, you said let's wait just in case this one guy, and Liska looks back to the dude here and the people over here.
Yes, that is also an issue, but if we step out now, we could get fucking caught out in. Well, if Liska wants to voice a rebuttal very quickly through the brain earrings, then
The brain earring.
oh, my brain is going a mile a minute right now.
Let me. So. Okay. So
Yeah,
there's.
the potential
So
idea.
question. So this is. Is this below this?
Yes.
Okay. So.
like markers here.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. I didn't notice those.
It was in the last room as well. Vellum's plan was to go along the lip here, so it's harder for them to see, and then go over to here where there's.
Could we go under this thing?
Yeah. That's
It is sheer with this sort of tendril-like flooring.
Yeah, but it would be harder for. They'd have to basically come to the edge and look down to see it. As opposed if we just went straight across, we'd be out in the open a bit more.
Yeah. I'm down for sneaking underneath and then going.
Yeah, right up to the lip and scoot along the wall.
You can all just about see the illithid and the strange bulbous floating creature. You see the numerous eyes are actively looking around.
Okay, I say we go now because Liska. I don't think Liska voiced it, but the fact that there's like people behind us, and there's no guarantee he won't come towards this door. We should probably make a move now. So I guess door open, and we hopefully scoot our way over before he finishes.
Which again, are you?
Oh, I hate this. I know, medicine or sleight of hand. Brain.
Medicine?
Quick, with a brain, decide.
I mean, her sleight of hand is -1, so
Yeah.
We don't know what happens if this shit fails yet.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You can.
Really give us away.
There is a
Whereas if we
possibility.
just open it normally, it could be just like, oh, there's somebody just wandering.
It's a anyone could do the sleight of hand. It's just she's more proficient in the medicine. That's all.
And you said that the difference is sleight of hand is like cutting the door versus medicine is just letting it open normally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sleight of hand is cutting enough room to where you can all squeeze through.
Yeah,
this
and then
is-
we realized that Liska's too big for that and decided
Yeah,
to go.
I think just medicine. Like we're pretty like as long as Liska's in the party, we're gonna have to do medicine because there's
Yeah,
no like
'cause-
you'd have to cut the entire door open anyway. So
Yeah, and that would be no more noticeable to any passersby.
Yeah.
Well, there goes my browser again. Locked up.
Nice.
Okay. So
So medicine, and then we scoop through instantly before anything hopefully notices.
That's the hope.
all right. Let me
Made.
do that medicine check.
Yeah.
He watches the door opens up with a very audible slop, and you all dart your way in.
Well, as
I don't know
sneakily
about
as possible.
dart.
sneak our way in, yeah.
We scuttle.
All right.
Just straight, basically, yeah, same as I said before, straight up against the wall.
Another potential close encounter here. Everyone make a stealth check, please.
Yep.
Door
Okay.
door
25.
once again contracts.
Oh god. Oh god. Everything's lagging.
Slight lagging.
I can't
that
even
door's
open my
on the
sheet.
other floor, Grunky.
Huh?
That door is on the other floor.
Sure is.
Yeah. So our plan may not work.
I can't
Well-
even open my sheet right now.
Sayun, as you zip past, right as the door contracts shut, you swear you hear motion down below where that new spawn was working. And as you right in a few nanoseconds, you turn around, you see it look up towards the door before it shuts. You're not sure if you've alerted them or not. Difficult to tell.
Oh fuck. By the way, I can't open my sheet right now, so
Yeah, I'm lagging as well. Okay, so Tora's stealth with not bad, 16.
Is she in heavy?
She is in.
She's in mithril, so she doesn't have disadvantage.
Yep.
There we go.
Roll-
That's right. We
roll
talked
and
about that before.
So, 25, 28, 15, 29, 26, okay. And a 31.
31. I think I'm the lowest at 15.
Oh, window.
You all fall flat up against the wall immediately. As the shadows cling to your form. Liska hides beneath the small, jagged outcroppings here.
Well, if he does come this way, he's gonna run into us, so maybe we should scoot around to here, at least.
So,
on the
question:
off
is this platform? Is there nothing underneath it?
Oh, sorry. About here, the outcroppings are. There's nothing underneath the outcroppings there. This is where the wall ends.
Okay, so it goes up. Oh, so it's like almost like a little plateau. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then.
These spiny outcroppings kind of hang over the side.
Okay, so the spines hang over the side, but the actual outline of this here, there's nothing underneath it.
I'm restarting my
Okay.
browser. Getting some
So I could hypothetically stand here underneath.
No.
No,
That's
okay.
about here.
The
Let me.
cutoff seems to be like here.
Yeah. Where
Okay,
the
good. So just the spines.
where the spines meet the plateau.
Got it.
It's very sort of asymmetrical and it's warped.
Organic.
Okay. The illithids. You all hear the tinkering, the slopping of flesh, the cutting of flesh seems to stop.
I'm not on the map. Have we scooted around to the left side so that if he does come down the ramp, he doesn't see us? 'Cause if not, then I feel we should do that.
As your well, are you?
I don't know. I'm not in the browser because my Firefox crashed.
As the Mind Flayer, you all see the Mind Flayer seems to come towards the edge. Doesn't seem to have seen you yet. The Mind Flayer seems to lean forwards, examining its surroundings. Drifts towards the other side of the platform.
It's so much scarier not seeing it.
Then you hear the cutting of flesh and tinkering once again. Seems to be some sort of alertness to it. But it seems to have returned to its operation, attempting to finish what it started.
Does it still seem like it's going to be done soon?
Yes.
Okay.
Or at least from the number of squelches and cuts, they seem to be less frequent.
Quick question. Are these flush with the wall as well?
Yes.
Okay. Well, again, I recommend we scoot around. Because this area here is lower, so it'd be more likely for him to see us. This one's higher, but if he does walk along, he's less likely to notice us. And we can always shift back and forth wherever. So, just scoot Velamo here.
I don't know what's the right approach here, so... Yeah.
Am I looking at this right? Like, if I'm looking at this, it seems like we came in from here.
Mhm.
This is the ramp that comes up, and if we want
Oh,
to get to one of the doors, we have to go through like this.
Let's see.
The
This
great
is
part of the ramp. These
this
are
is
just
the ramp.
Yeah, these are just height markers for the ramp. So here is 5 foot, here is still 5 foot, then it goes into 10 foot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the ramp.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I thought the ramp went up to this plateau. My bad. This long ball sack looking motherfucker of a room got me real confused.
I like that
Yeah.
Jeff describes it almost like a heart, and you're like, long ball sack ass motherfucker.
It's more like a butt.
A little bit butty.
I mean,
butt
yeah,
Sphincters and butts and
Because
balls.
because you have like
a type of boot sack.
Boot.
because you have like the legs over here. Get it?
Ah, so it's splayed. Nice.
Make it
What
seem
kind of Hellraiser shit do you guys think this is?
I'm thinking
I don't know,
more.
man. I don't have to justify why it's hot. It just is.
HR Geiger, itch your heart out.
Yeah, I mean Geiger knew what he was doing.
H.R. Geiger eat my ass up, more like.
Yeah,
He knew what he was
so yeah,
doing.
I guess for now we're kind of idle until that guy moves, because we know he's going to move at some point, and we're in a better position to avoid his line of sight and senses where we are than where we were at the door.
Okay.
If anyone by the way, as we go on, I'm gonna be rambling and spouting any old shit that makes sense to me. Feel free to stop me or correct me if it doesn't, because I am not being responsible for whatever shit that comes out of my mouth being terrible.
All right. So the big thing is that there's a thing with eyes moving around, but this homeboy is working on it. So we don't know if it's full, like if it's fully effect. I'm pretty sure after it finishes, then whatever it sees, it'll probably be telling him. But right now, I feel like is our best opportunity to, I don't know, to
Risk it.
get past him, like to distract him, to go over here somewhere to like his torture tools or whatever like that.
I
Like,
wish I had Mage Hand right now.
yeah.
So do you want to basically all of us get over here and ready, then distraction over here, and then Liska yeeting everyone up?
I mean,
Is-
maybe.
I don't know if he can lift 30 feet.
It wouldn't be lifting; it'd be tossing.
Yeah. But how do we
That's
get
gonna be
Liska
loud.
up?
I mean, pass without a trace. It's a magical thing.
Yeah,
And
but
if you know-
Astronaut Trace can do many things, but at some point,
it doesn't defy gravity. So how is
I'm not
Liska?
saying it defies gravity. I'm saying that if you time an arc perfectly, people just pretty much land without like making much of a sound. Like you see it on acrobats and stuff. Whenever they swing off onto a platform, they tend to time
Oh,
the
yeah,
arc
yeah.
perfectly, so they just sit down.
I'm worried about how
yeah.
it's getting up there in the first.
I'm just saying that's imposing a lot of assumed skill on Archer not to fall flat on his face. He's not an acrobat.
I mean, it'd be more Liska. I feel like it'd be more Liska's skill to just toss the crumpled of a man. like,
Just roll in a bowl and hope.
Oh yeah,
You can also use Godo.
yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever.
Just ball him up and fucking yeet him up there.
Yeah, I mean, you can also use Godo.
All right, fair enough.
Oh god.
oh Jesus!
Sorry,
If
Roll
it,
hit.
if it has an actual.
Oh god, the turn order's up.
Okay, continue.
But yeah, again, Haven, how is Liska getting once she gets Yota? Because I don't think she can jump with enough vertical stretch to get the edge. That's 30 feet.
I'm actually trying to remember because we've talked about jumping before. Hold on, let's go to the cheat sheet because we added in actual jumping, didn't we?
Some advanced elevator music.
I wish there was a search function in this thing.
I won't lie to you guys. There are
Well-
so many factors.
There's too many.
Welcome to
It's
stealth missions, guys.
Look,
Yeah.
Okay,
there's
here we go.
there's a difference between stealth mission and stealth mission inside a mind flayer hive.
There's a difference between a stealth mission and a stealth mission full of qualified people. I think only like one of us is trained in stealth, and that's great.
No,
Really? He's not?
no. He just have a racial advantage when it's
Ah.
dim light.
Okay.
Well, none of us are trained in
so,
stealth.
when you make a high jump, you leap into the air. Number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength mod. If you move at least 10 feet before the jump, standing jump is half that. In some circumstances, your DM might allow you to make a strength athletics check to jump higher than you normally can, and your arms extend half your height above yourself during the jump. Thus, you can reach above a distance equal to the height of your jump plus 1.5 times your height. So, reach above you.
Math.
Thus, you can reach above you a distance equal to the height of the jump plus 1.5 times your height. Okay, so half your height on. Why did they say just plus half your height? Anyway, that's
'Cause that's too convenient.
yes.
I think it's like you add half your height by default because your body is that length, and then you add the.
Yeah. So Liska can let's see, Liska is 10 feet tall. So 5 is 12.
She would have to jump 15 feet in the air to be able to reach the lip.
Yeah, and she can jump 12 unless Janner lets me make that strength athletics check to add that extra 3 feet.
I will allow an athletics check.
Right. Well, that's that solved. We still got to get far enough for that to happen.
Yeah, y'all still need to do shit.
Yeah, we still need to get Yote up there first.
All right. Okay. Can anyone?
So you're trying to get up onto the platform, yeah?
Oh, not that one.
No.
This
Oh,
one
this
over
one.
here.
Ah, right. Okay.
The
so
one
that's
that's
30.
not right next to the horrible monstrosity.
Okay, so that's 30 feet up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why we're calculating it.
I would say we should try and banish him, but
Then he'd
And
instantly
he'd
go
come back.
yeah.
Well, last resort,
all-
if he does notice, we can do that.
There's also the. Let's see. He's facing that way. Best you can tell is probably he's facing around that direction. So
Yeah, towards the door.
yeah.
So that's why Avon had the idea about a distraction, but we gotta figure out how to.
Yeah. Can anyone move or? No one has mage hand, right? Sadly.
Nope.
Does
Okay.
anyone have any latent psychic powers they haven't told us about?
Anybody? Anybody?
Anyone?
Ah, yes, my amazing psychic powers to do this with my thumb, and then just oh, now it's over here. Now it's
Disconnecting my thumb. Are you doing like the kids? Like the kids?
yeah,
thing?
I actually did that.
See, I defaulted to Nigel Thornberry like a dingus.
Wow,
Smash it.
Creating distraction, yeah.
So let's see.
Somehow, but we're figuring out the how.
what kind
You
of
guys-
distraction?
Okay.
Guys, I don't
So
Are
have-
we?
so
Something
question.
subtle that could be waved away as "oh shit, just fell off," because this
How
Are we
How,
like
uh,
openly discussing this?
powerful is Webby? Can Webby carry a single individual item?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because if Webby can grab something off the wall, go
Webby
up the wall,
has a strength score of 2.
yeah, she can-
So
that's,
Web
that's pretty decent.
Webby could probably carry like the equivalent of a butter knife.
Ooh, a scalpel. Scalpel's a great light.
Cool. So what I'm thinking is Webby goes, grabs something off this wall, goes up to the ceiling, and then we all get ready right here in this area.
Yep.
And as soon as Webby drops it, and this motherfucker turns around, we start. Liska starts yeeting.
I think that's the
Alright.
best chance we've got, honestly. Because best case scenario, he goes to investigate. Worst case scenario, it distracts him just long enough for us to get up there, fondle the sphincter, and get through.
Right, but the only problem
I
is
like
this,
the way you say sphincter.
yeah, the only problem is
Like your funny
the
words.
The mind witness.
yeah, seeing how that's still like awake and is
Yeah,
looking
this
around.
is
all
all
the time.
banking on the fact that it's but possibly it might get distracted.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the mind witness, since it's currently being operated on, is not fully,
Function.
yeah, sentient,
I mean,
fully coherent.
Yeah.
I could actually use catapult to throw an item somewhere.
Hmm.
It's
Catapult's
just
very
a matter of, you know,
Mhm.
since catapult's only component is somatic.
Well, we should get in position regardless. I think
There's
Webby
also
the Webby plan might be better because you're not using a spell slot, and catapult might be more destructive and
Oh,
calamitous.
it is destructive. Whatever it strikes, take like 3d8 damage.
Yeah.
And then yeah, we want it to seem
plan,
like
it just
the
seems like,
thing
oh, we dropped
fell
off the
instead of
table.
it was impaled into the wall.
Plus, again, I'm paranoid about our resources as well because fuck knows what the hell we're gonna have to fight down here.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get this sneak
Yeah.
around.
Let's put Plan Webby into action.
Here.
Alright.
drag that Webby token.
Oh boy,
Grab that Webby. Let's see.
Yeah, you've been training him so well too.
yeah,
Yeah.
his finest is fine. His time has finally come.
His finest moment.
Yeah. Let's see. Where's the Webster? There it is.
He's in you and your party. He's been with you this whole time.
Yeah.
Is that boy?
Oh, hang on.
Oh, oh,
He's. Oh no.
He's trapped in the wall.
Ah.
Oh, there he is. Go
Hey,
Webby, go.
2 hit points.
Yeah.
Fucking tiny creature.
He's a big boy.
The
you
tiniest
can
of
do it, brave
creatures.
soul.
He'll be like a couple months old, and
They grow fast.
yeah. Okay.
Aw, a couple months old and already infiltrating a fucking mind flayer lair.
Yeah.
Couple months old and already risking their lives.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, you gotta go over there to the table. See, yeah, the table. Yeah. You're gonna take one of the things. Yeah. And then you're gonna try and carry it up as high as you can, and then you're gonna drop it, and then carefully gonna make your way over to the ceiling, and then over to that side over there. Yeah, I think that I don't think he would look up in first thing, so you know. Can't hear you. Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
I love the Jenna. You had it looking back and forth.
No, that was me. That was me.
Oh, it was you? Is it? Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm the one controlling the Webster.
Webster.
Webby in soft little squeaks goes do 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 do, and then
And charges because he's fucking adorable.
Yeah.
I love Webby.
That's let's see, how fast is
His character death will be the most impactful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but 20 feet, 20 feet of movement speed.
Okay.
I mean, I imagine he's going over while we're making our move. We're not being quick about it.
Yeah.
And we want to throw Tora up first because she's the one that's the sphincter whisperer.
Sphincter, yes, exactly. Exactly the word phrase I was using.
I would
Webby.
like to give a reminder. My map hasn't updated for a good while. All of us are still on the right side of this thing. Just FYI, for what I can see.
all right,
Here,
let
I'll
me.
post in Discord an updated map.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, Webby. unfurls a strand of silk and very slightly cocoons one of the smallest implements he can find, with a tiny jagged knife. Begins to slowly. You've not rolled stealth for Webby yet. So Webby was on your person when you cast.
When I cast him.
Yeah, Webby was on your person when you
Pass
cast.
without a trace.
Web without
pass-
trace.
How many people are affected by Pass Without a Trace?
Yeah,
by
that is
now?
an important question.
I don't think it has a limit. It's just every one you
I
choose.
think it does. It's like an up to 5 or something like that.
No, I think
No.
it's just every one you choose.
Let me check.
Okay,
It's
so
a
go
really
ahead
good
and make a stealth check for Webby.
Technically with advantage because tiny size.
Right, it doesn't have a limit. Neat.
Don't
Yeah.
think it quite works like that, but
I
Webby
do
is
not
a
know.
He's a
Don't-
very, very, very tiny creature, so I'll allow it.
Go,
So-
Webby, go.
Go ahead and make that stealth check. 12.
Even 22s all around.
Yeah, 22.
22. Alrighty. Webby remains silent as the shadows cling to his form. Crawls up the side of this bony table. Wraps the small incision knife in a web and begins to crawl his way towards the wall. Try not to drag it across the table lest it scrape.
Yeah.
Liska has Tora like at the ready to toss her. So as soon as she hears the clatter, she's gonna yeet.
Oh, I'd say give it a second. Give him a chance to look.
Wait. When you hear the clatter, you've got to toss me.
Toss me.
Don't tell the elf.
Toss me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Webby ascends 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. Eventually comes towards the ceiling in this. Where do you want him to drop it? Just on top of the table, or just by the side?
Like next to the table, so it looks like it
Yeah,
fell off.
probably so that it like falls off the actual like. So it actually falls off the table and not
Okay.
on the table again.
Webby ascends, crosses the ceiling. You see the glimmer of the scalpel dangling in the purple lights of the orb. Of the orbs. And you think to yourself, that's my boy.
Yeah.
Man, he's gonna die. I'm gonna feel so bad.
Nah.
Jander's building up his death. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Nah.
He's going to go out. The thing's gonna go get its tool like, spider. There he goes.
Webby,
I mean, it's on the ceiling, so.
I think Grunk is gonna.
Sayun, you hear Webby doing the countdown.
God damn it!
That's awfully smart for 2. If it can count.
It can only count,
Grunk has been teaching it a lot.
count down.
He has an intelligence of 2, so he can only count to 2.
It starts at 2, 1, and then drops.
It just says 2 twice.
And then releases the ting 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 across the floor.
Yeah, and then he's gonna slowly...
Immediately the mind flame
Become a yote.
And then Webby's gonna like
Climb.
continue to crawl across the ceiling, like above it.
the mind witness also all the eyes tick, 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 over in that direction.
Conscious. Yote like the wind.
Oh, she's so yoked.
She has been and will continue to be yote.
Yoked.
Let's see, you throwing her, yeah, for
Yeah.
athletics for that.
All right. Let's do this.
Can I help?
Sure.
Sure, I'll take it. I'll take an aid.
Throws her.
I'll yeet with advantage.
25.
We need all the power we can.
And Tora, thanks to carrying over the earlier passage out of the trace, lands silently and immediately makes her way over to the door.
No pause, only yoked. Keep yoked.
Yeah. And then, like, basically, as soon as she tosses Tora, she turns, grabs Vellum, and then just like, she's just not waiting. She's just boom, boom, boom,
Alright.
boom.
Yeah, no
Next
thought. Don't care who it is. Just up you go.
Make another athletics check with Gronka's help.
Oh, I hope that first one's better. Oh,
Vellum, you grapple the edge that you're hanging. It's at that point that the mind flayer begins drifting over towards.
Just
so
keep yoking
intense.
myself
Oh
up.
yeah, she's gonna.
Consistent and persistent.
Gunky. Webby just went through the fucking wall.
I mean, he's on
And
the
then-
ceiling.
Kind
so
of fun
like,
seeing
yeah.
Webby dip in and out of the shadows.
And then Ozer's next.
Oh, hello.
Whoop.
I see you're grabbing my ass now. Ha!
Has she got the sphincter open yet, Janer?
Let me.
Go, 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 go.
She mouths to the both of you. Someone on other side.
Well, of course, there's fucking someone on the other side.
Better there than here with that monstrosity, let's be real.
All right, she's going to make a medicine check.
And also,
27.
Avon, as a note, this is lower. It's like 5 foot lower. You might have a better shot.
No, that's what I'm gonna fly up. Like that's
All right,
where I'm
so for Salian 27, that's up there without a
Graceful 3-point
without a
landing.
trace.
And then Krunka,
Mhm.
you just
Yep.
want to. All right, Krunka's next.
As you're all doing this, the apothecary, the mind flayer seems to shake its head right as you just about finding yourself thrown up the wall. Places the thing on the table and begins to drift its way back, and it's at that moment that the door opens.
Ooh, get through it.
Let's see. You are immediately confronted with quite possibly the largest chamber you've come across this far. Approximately 70 feet in diameter. It's in fact, you know what? I'm just going to bring over the camera here.
Sorry, I keep interrupting, Janer. I'm super fucking
I know.
How do you
This is
think
a very-
I feel? I can't see shit.
Have you tried refreshing your browser?
I did. It's
I mean, like-
stuck on loading.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say like closing the browser outright.
This is quite possibly the largest chamber you've come across. Domed ceiling reaches up about 70 feet as well, and a number of tremendous cartilage-like ribs arrayed in a circle around the room. It's also supported by 4 tall columns of bone. Within the center of the room is a pit 15 feet deep, surrounded on all sides by another warped organic platform. Beneath the ledges of the platform, the walls of the pit are lined with fleshy growths. And rising up 20 feet from the pit's center is a tremendous and familiar visage wrought in a hard shell-like material. Aja, you saw this in one of the Twilight Prophecies murals. Like a gargantuan octopus, its numerous tendrils splay across the floor of this pit, creating uneven ground. Its bulbous head gleams with 5 luminous eyes, ellipsoid gemstones arrayed in a sunrise pattern across what you can only describe as its face. The patterns of the material it's constructed from seem to shift and warp as you look at them as you all dart in. This was crafted from no worldly substance you can think of. And standing before an eldritch lectern is another mind flayer, wrapped in ornate brown and black. A number of patterned scars shifts across its body as its arms are raised before it. Gemstones in the statue glow and pulsate as a secondary mind flayer, and a new spawn kneels before the structure, seemingly in reverence.
Oh, that's a Cthulhu right there. If I just tilt my head to the left, yep, that's a Cthulhu.
Sure is.
Cthulhu
Wee.
Boodaloo.
I'll take your word for it.
Up, up, up. We're not going in until we got Webby again.
Right, so
Oh,
where's
okay.
Shit, where's the next door? Fuck, I don't know if there is.
there a door? Shit.
Sao Yun, you swear you can see over in this direction. It appears to be
What direction that is.
To the
sorry,
north.
To the northwest of the chamber.
Okay.
some sort of
Right.
seam in the wall.
All right.
Seminal what?
Seaman wall, got it. Come son.
Yes, exactly.
Man,
All right, I
these
get
things-
it. There's a fucking seam of some sort. Got it.
Is it magical or is it bioorganic?
You don't see it unless
Oh.
Sao Yun sees. As it's at that point, Webby rapidly crawling across the walls towards your direction.
Get through the door. There's holes in the door. You're teeny.
And gradually makes his way down towards the port, and squeezes through. Just right as it closes, and the strange creature with the multiple eye stalks, just as it looks over in your direction. So, I would like all of you to do another stealth check. This would be
make it a doozy, boys. We're literally up in its rectum.
this would be
Yeah.
this would be
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Oh, well, I think with a 33 crit, I'm good.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Oh.
hold on, let me balance that out with the nat one. There it is.
You happen to
It's
have
just
inspiration,
it's still a
David.
12. Oh, I didn't have inspiration. I used it last game.
Would you like mine? Probably a terrible idea, but I've got Indomitable saves, so
Sure.
probably a good idea not to have a crit fail at this juncture. So enjoy my
Sure.
inspiration.
I will use inspiration to roll again.
Can somebody roll for me? Cause I sure as fuck can't.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
That's gonna have to be Jenner.
Yeah, we'll do that for you. Don't worry.
Okay, so all we've got to worry about is an 18, which honestly could be worse.
It's true.
That's for Sao Yun. Tora.
18 still pretty good.
Pass without a trace is amazing. I just wanna say.
17. Yeah. Part of me is hoping we can just skate right by the mini boss. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, pass
The
without
difference
fish
If we have to
right
fight it,
now.
we're kind of fucked.
There's a difference between hiding in dim light here and actually being right next to it. So, success. It's 2 successes offsetted by the natural 1.
Is this dim light
The
or
natural
dark
one
light?
was replaced by 14. Or sorry,
What?
24.
Yeah,
Inspiration.
I gave Liska my inspiration. She
Ah,
rerolled
okay.
14.
So,
So 24.
2. Let's see.
Imagine a rogue with expertise in stealth with pass without trace.
Wonderful.
Imagine a
Definitely
level
Can't
11
afford
rogue.
these.
Imagine a Deepling level 11 rogue.
Ooh. It's just gone.
What a... no, I can't imagine that. I can't even see it.
It doesn't exist.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just call him John Cena.
Must have been my imagination.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
As hilarious as it would be to just jump this guy out of nowhere. No. Just no. Every reason why no.
hilarious until
We get swamped by illithids, yeah.
yeah.
Illithids are assholes. Multiple illithids are very, very
We
dangerous.
have to pass through assholes every
Yep,
pass
that's
with that. Pass with asshole.
Pass with
Okay.
asshole face.
So that would be offset by spell.
Oh, so terrified.
So I'm just calculating things here. There's a lot of spells in play other than Pass Without a Trace.
Oh no, if there's alarm, we are buggered.
Then I would like to propose that we pause the session.
Oh, yeah,
for
I
next
imagine-
time, because we have
yeah.
5 minutes.
I imagine Jenna was going to resolve this roll and then leave it on a cliffhanger.
Yeah, we should resolve the roll, I think, and that way we can end up on
On a cliffhanger,
you know.
literally.
Mhm.
If it sees us, then we know we're in combat next time, and if it doesn't, well, we can fucking skedaddle next time.
Skedoodle, skedaddle, get out of this battle.
Yep. Looking at the map, I am wondering where we go from. There is not a lot of
Actually,
space.
Unless this is like a portal,
I mean, probably.
So
Oh, no, the door's up here.
it's a Cthulhu-vator.
I think
the
our
door, the door
best.
closed.
What's that, Jenner?
The door, the port closes. The priest's head twitches. Slowly, it turns around. You see the gemstones in the eyes flash. A spotlight begins to move in your direction.
Oh, I was gonna read action. Fuck.
And then, the tendrils
Whip around in your direction.
whip around in your direction.
Ah.
I should have readied the action to stab him. I did. I was gonna do that the entirety of this time, but it didn't seem important, and now it does. Fuck.
Priest seems panicked, surprised, and unsure of itself.
We're
We
a
end the
figment of your imagination.
In the session there.
With the surprise round.
I blew my inspiration for nothing.
I mean,
Surprise round's nice.
Sucks.
I would like to say that I'm pretty sure he's more surprised than we are, because
Oh,
how
definitely.
deep are we in?
Oh yeah, we're like just
We're like 4 or 5 sphincters deep, y'all.
Yeah.
Like,
we are pains
Yeah,
deep.
no, we're at least in the lower intestine.
yeah, we're like balls deep in the sphincters.
Yeah, in fact,
Like,
I don't think there's any map left on this map.
No,
We've gotten to the
doesn't seem to
furthest
be.
point of it. And then he turns around, sees the entire party, including a mountain folk, just standing there.
hi.
And then we're all just like, jump him!
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh shit.
Yeah. We hear that in our heads. It's just like, oh fuck.
Yeah, it's just like, well, it's all out the window now. I am frankly amazed we got as far as we did.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Hey,
Past
That's
that
a
trade,
trade.
yeah, still.
Yes, saved your hides.
Like I just want to say it's very like for a lot of combat centered characters that we have,
Yeah.
it's I always love the like murder hobo inversion of or like subversion where it's just like, okay, no, we're just going to stealth this mission.
Yep,
And it's just
We're good at combat. We're not fucking stupid.
yeah, and it's I always like that because sometimes a stealth mission is just as intense and just as like nail biting as just running into stupid deadly combat.
Oh yeah, because I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's even more so in fact because if we had
Excuse me.
gotten caught out in a
Excuse me.
bad spot in any of those rooms, it would have been so much worse than if we just charged in and had to deal with numbers. Like, I'm glad we got caught in this room and not the last. I do not want to deal with what looked like some kind of illithid beholder
Yeah, it's
Just a
whatever
no.
it's called.
Yeah,
Mind
mind
Watcher.
witness or something. Yeah.
Mind Watcher.
Mind witness.
Mind Witness, yeah.
That's just a 9 on a no-bometer.
Yeah.
There is one thing I would also like to point out. While we are a combat-heavy party, we're not helpless with skills. That all said, we're really riding the rim here.
We really.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're rimming.
Fingers,
so hard.
rims. Yeah, I mean, a lot of fingering going on. Sad hand jobs.
Yeah.
So you already have your title, Jenner. Brain beavers and sphincters.
Yep. Brain beavers and sphincters. I second this.
God fucking damn it.
I like you. We're gonna have all the dramatic titles coming up to this, and then just out of the blue,
Brain beavers and sphincters.
Oh no, I want to keep it at least relatively serious. So
But-
what?
I mean, our party is serious about calling them brain beavers. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, and there was also
Sphincters.
sphincters. You can't deny that there wasn't.
Yep.
I mean,
How about this one? How about this one for a serious suggestion? A brain to pick.
How about belly of the beast?
Ooh.
Brain beaver.
Brain of the beast.
Brain of the beast doesn't quite work.
Yeah, it does. Shut up.
So, we can save that for later. So, Skittles.
Can I do first? Because I desperately need the bathroom.
Go.
You may.
Positive. Great use of stealth elements, and I love that you've marked heights on certain things. That's a huge bonus because it's such a faff to ask, how high is this? Every single time. So that was a really nice touch that I like that you did. Again, props for doing the fucking assets, because like you did all this custom.
I wanted you to fight in it, but no, you're okay.
Well, I'm sure we'll fight it on the way out, Jen.
Or in next session, the first like immediate.
Well, I mean, we're gonna jump this guy and then fucking run for the next room before anyone realizes what happened. They'll just see a dead illithid and then be very confused.
Yes, check him.
Yeah, just
can't
fucking
scream.
shank him. There's more of us than there are of him, and there's a newborn down there. That's all he's got to help. Negatives. Maybe be careful about lighting and assets again, because we all did get a bit of a chunk this time. It could be because of Roll20 struggling today in particular, but it's always best to play it on the safe side and have as few elements, detailed elements in it as possible.
Yeah, I think it was Roll20 because I've
Yeah.
never really had issues with the lighting elements and lag and stuff like that. But today it was just really bad, so I think it was Roll20.
I am scrambling for negatives because this was just a tense, fun session. I have theories about who's been helping us, and that is, I don't like either of them, so that's interesting. But yeah, fun session all around, and I can't wait for us to just fuck up a poor spooked boy.
Okay.
So, speaking of buttholes, how tight were all of yours?
Oh, you could crush diamonds into a singularity.
Yeah, this is pretty tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad
That's
I could glad the Webby could do something as well.
So, welcome to stealth missions
Yep.
Yeah.
in fucking illithid hives.
I
am
vote to
glad
give
we got
Webby
make
inspiration.
lots of butthole jokes. I am glad we got to make lots of butthole.
Yeah.
It was amusing to see everyone's in-character reaction to it.
Yeah. They're like natural organic doors. So
Yeah, no, I as a player know that there are sphincters in all sorts of places. They're like in your blood flow, in your heart, in all sorts of factors of your body. But they're synonymous with buttholes, and that just became the joke.
yeah, I don't blame you. As soon as I drew this, I knew this was going to come up. I knew it.
There's like 20 or so sphincters in the human body. You can blame QI for that one.
There was something about inspiration as well.
Oh, I was joking about giving Webby inspiration.
Fuck it, why not?
Go Webby, go.
I'm just gonna add it somewhere on his sheet. He doesn't really have a place for it, but
Just add a
Yeah,
note
just
that
write
says
it next to your
inspiration
weapon in
and
your
then mark it
inventory.
with something.
Yeah, Webby
Yeah.
can be our inspiration holder. Whenever everyone's full, we just be like, oh yeah, Webby gives so and so his inspiration.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of Vladimir for a while until
Yeah.
I wish I did something to deserve inspiration, but I know I didn't because I don't have one now, and I don't have that safety net, and I'm terrified.
Isn't it scary not having
It
that?
really is.
It is what it is, man.
Yep.
But
Sometimes it,
yeah,
you do.
even
it would be like that.
This
It
is
was
why
fun.
cling
Also-
to mine.
I mean, I do normally as well, but it seemed more important that we succeed the stealth in the very precarious place we were.
yeah, I agree. And
Yeah.
it was nice having Liska be there to help people traverse up and down.
Oh yeah, that was.
She was.
I love the
amazing.
fact that our tank suddenly became a movement element. Like, that's a really creative way to use a character and features
Yeah.
rather than simply just hitting it.
Yeah,
It's just like, what else can I do with it?
In fact, I'll give Liska an inspiration for that because she was very. I mean, without her, you guys would probably be in combat much earlier.
Oh yeah, we would have crossed so many
Yeah.
sight lines if she hadn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, now you have an inspiration.
She's literally the fucking ladder that we brought along to just
Yeah.
bypass shit. She's the skeleton key.
No, I think that was.
Yes, a non-dex skeleton key.
It's a lockpick with the heavy property.
And I was gonna like, it was funny because it was a, like when we first were talking about, quote unquote massaging to open, like relax muscles. I was like, Liska, like everyone's doing medicine and stuff like that. I was like, hey, can Liska just get an elbow and dig in? Because like those masseuses, that's like, okay, on like a scale from 1 to 9, how hard do you want to, like, how hard do you want it? People are like, oh,
All right.
I'm a man, let's try a 9. And then it's just like, okay, elbow, and just dig in. Yeah, that's,
Hold on. To be fair, you kind of have to get past the finger to get to the elbow first, you know?
I mean, just like, putting an elbow in, not like going hand to elbow, but just
I love that first door was just all of us getting our fucking.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, get out your systems. There's plenty more to come.
Yep. I had a
Oh, yeah,
feeling
there is plenty
so
more
I
to come.
got it all out then and there.
Oh, yeah.
I-
There's
I
plenty
hate-
come too.
As soon as those words
all
left
about
my
these
mouth,
things.
18 plus stream.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Going back to Skittles. I can't really think of anything bad. This is just a really good session. Like, I totally dug every aspect of it. I liked that there was certain stuff. I mean, we did leave certain stuff behind. Like the guy that was like, "Help me." We're just like on our way back.
I mean, I don't think he was actually saying that because his like jaw was slack and it was just kind of hanging there. He wasn't actually talking.
Well, either way,
Like
It was-
that one scene from that sort of bad Predator movie where they have a guy being put up as bait with some kind of recording of his voice.
You
that's
mean
good.
Predator?
Yeah, the first one.
was it the first one?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
this is one of the newer remake things.
Oh,
Well,
maybe
that
I
happened in the
that.
first one, too. The motherfucker also synthesized a laugh from that same guy at the end when he tried to self-destruct and killed Arnie. But it didn't work because Arnie's great.
Get to the tower.
He doesn't even sound like that, but that's just become his impression.
But yeah, love stealth mechanics. It was nice to like be able to again. I like the sort of subversion of the murder hobo party and just being like, hey man, we're just gonna stealth this. We're gonna try to like get in as far as we can. Bust through as many sphincters as possible.
I will admit, I was like, oh come on, and I was like, okay, I can work with this. I can make this. I can make your buttholes clench.
Yeah, and you like it was a great session. I very much like the Z axis that you gave the rooms. Like Sable touched on it, where you listed the different heights, and
I
that
think I'll be doing that from now on.
yeah, and that gives a nice what's the good, like a visceral, like it gives a lot better visceral sense than just looking at a flat plane.
Yeah.
It's almost like it inputs a like a topography upon it, where
Yeah, I was just thinking of the topographical maps where they have the
Yeah.
lines to kind of show you.
yeah,
And they do that for a reason, and this is exactly why. It's great.
yeah, and I really like that addition, and I do agree that you should do it more often.
Yeah.
I
Just
agree.
from here on out.
Yeah. I
Other
think if
than
you're
that-
gonna include a z-axis, that would be a good thing to do, just to expand upon your thing there. Just because it's so easy to get confused and first ask all the time. If you just take the time, do the text tool, write it there, I think it's just, a few extra seconds, but will save us a lot of worthwhile time.
Mhm.
Another note to that: use it when needed. Something like a wall that is scalable, but at a certain height, or with the room in an example, where there is, a slow change from one side to the other.
Yeah.
Just something to give indication that when needed, but not always there. So you don't need to literally just slap it on everything.
Yeah,
that makes
like lips and cutoffs and stuff like that. Like when we were fighting Ashbite in his room, and those two platforms on either side of the room, like those would have been great. And maybe at the stairs you can be like, okay, these stairs are 10 feet up, and just do something like that. But yeah, it's, I mean, more map information. I'm not against it, so it is what
It's
it is.
hard to get too much. You definitely can, but when you deal with something as confusing as the z-axis, it's I think great. Did you have any other things you want to say, Avon? I'm sorry, we just started talking about that and just overrode
No, that's
the
fine.
rest of your schedule.
Yeah, it's just expanded upon what I was saying. I think that's it from me. Let's see, stealth. Using like planning. I do like that our group is now a planning group, and that we no longer just like let's run in. So that's just like a bonus thing to the party, just like a bravo to the party members. Other than that, yeah, I think that's it. And since this is an hour later than I usually do, I have to go. So, have a good one. See y'all next session. Adios.
Alrighty.
Farewell, my dude.
See ya.
I get to Photoshop the next map now.
I have a skittle.
Hmm?
I think it is really cool that we're getting a difference in tone. Like, we've been doing the spooky Underdark kind of thing, right? But everything's been approaching it from the sort of we can fight it, we want to fight it approach. And to expand what Avon just said about us being thinking now, first off, if he doesn't already have it, I'd like to petition giving an inspiration to Sable. A while back, there was the talk between Velum and Liska about him needing to stop and think and actually to be able to act and go in and do shit. Because, when he was quote unquote cowering by the Krazik's fight with the first invisible wall, that caused a kerfuffle for her. And it seems like he's really stepping up in his actions and trying to be more active. And at the same time, he's not running in there like a blind fucking idiot either. He's becoming cautious, and
Yeah.
I really like that change, and I think that deserves to be acknowledged. Which goes with the rest of. I like that there's some things that are very obvious, fight it, and other things which are this is not a good thing to fight. We don't want to do that, and we've been doing a whole lot of just go forward. Just hit him, just shoot him, do the fight. And now we're at this moment where you're perfectly doing the Resident Evil thing. You know, you're low on ammunition for your gun, like Sao. You know, you don't have the same NPC security nets that you had before. Things are rough and tough, and now it's a lot more dangerous, and you got to be careful. So
You are alone, you're out of resources, and you're outgunned. What do you do?
exactly.
You don't get it.
And now you're also throwing in some eldritch kind of horror stuff. We're getting good, real horror vibes. And I think that is really cool. And not everything has to be horror, but I like the fact that you were catering towards a different play style because it's incredibly refreshing.
Yeah, I want to do more stealth stuff. This is fun.
Stealth is fun, man.
Also,
Oh, yeah,
your webby
it
acting
is.
is great.
Yes. Yeah. Inspiration to Jenner for doing Webby.
I don't think we should give inspiration to Janner just because of what we're about to do.
Oh, I didn't say give Janet inspiration. I just said props.
I did.
To
I will use it to kill all of you.
It was a shit post, and I know you will. Well, you don't play just the monsters; you also play the environment. So.
yeah, rocks fall. They miss. Janet
I have a small
inspiration.
thing. I have a small thing
Uh-huh.
that is both a negative and a positive. Great map, but
Oh,
as much as I like my tight corridors and, you know, rooms built right next to other rooms and all that jazz, holy shit, this is tight. Like, any mistake we make is detrimental.
I think that's the point.
Yeah,
Like, I
and
know
that's
that's
why I said
negative.
it's both a positive and a negative.
Yeah.
Like, I am loving it, but at the same time, I feel like I have to triple think over every option, and still I'm second guessing, man.
I think that's by design. And like, hear me out on this. That's a valid thing to feel, but at the same time, like, we're infiltrating a fortress, basically, right? We're sneaking into somebody's home, their camp, something that is designed where they raise their children. You want it to be secure and hard for people to sneak around. So this is meant to be a challenge. It's meant to be made that way. I don't think that we're going to see that with every type of dungeon or map, whatever encounter. I think that is specific to the fact of this, you know, tier of protection or threat level, right? So I think we've earned that, and it's justified. I'm not trying to, you know, invalidate your feelings, but I don't think that's something Jenner's going to regularly do, considering he's been making fuck off huge maps for how long?
Yes, is the answer.
Yes, since day one.
Basically. I will also kind of say that is actually kinda the layout that most Mind Flare ships and bases tend to have.
most Mind Flayer maps from D&D that I've seen tend to actually, you know what? Let me
Most of the ones I've seen have been, yeah, that really tight, kind of claustrophobic and alien-esque.
I think
they
feel that way.
They've tended to be very sort of also kind of rigid and kind of stony, and it would be hard to distinguish them from, you know, your average dungeon, like a stone crypt or something akin to that. I tried
like that you distinguish it with
which
art.
is also kind of the point.
Yeah, I tried to take some heavy inspiration from H.R. Geiger and a lot of the Baldur's Gate 3 Nautiloid that took some of the inspiration as well.
Yeah, I noticed with the pool and everything. But yeah, I mean, I guess there haven't really been too much like visual illithid stuff until that trailer, or until that intro rather. I think that's gonna be inspire a lot of things.
And
Hopefully.
they also in official D&D books they seem to it's almost reminiscent of like you know, the sort of campy 80s sort of 60s 80s sci-fi,
Oh, I love that.
Yep.
like that in Party Chat. That's I don't know. I don't like that. I want to make them feel like almost like the flood from the Halo series.
Very
mean-
Lovecraftian.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like I was getting Lovecraft vibe the moment I just saw the more intricate parts of the structure. I was just like, oh boy.
Yeah, I was mostly thinking Geiger.
Yeah.
It would be like it would be wanking it if you see those saw this.
Fucking Gyga and Lovecraft being like,
it is nice.
Anyway, I gotta go.
There's the sphincter door.
It's a butt door.
Butt door.
Oh, I gotta go sleep.
Okay, right. I'm
Do you
gonna
have
stop.
any Skittles or stuff to add?
Not really. I couldn't really think of anything that hasn't already been said. I had fun. It's nice that Webby got something to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see some Webby stuff, man.
Yeah.
I love your little roleplay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I both love and hate Webby at the same time.
Yeah. He's
I
a good
understand.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I shall stop recording in 3, 2, 1.